extravagant. Welcome back.
About the cake for the Hare family, again.
If you find the ingredients, I can make the cake, and you can take it to the hares. Just take a look at the list of ingredients.
See you later.
Take care. An ingredient for the cake. Thank you, my little cracker crust. All that's missing now is a handful of sweet red berries, and then chocolate, and then beet syrup. An ingredient for the cake. Thank you, my little cracker crust. All that's missing now is a handful of sweet red berries, and then chocolate. An ingredient for the cake. Thank you, my little cracker crust. All that's missing now is a handful of sweet red berries. That's an ingredient for the Hare family's cake. Now we have everything, Honeycomb. By tomorrow, I'll bake a pancake-tastic treat, and then you can pick it up and take it to the Hare family. Maybe they'll even invite you to their birthday party, my little meringue.
Oh. Hello, Jeremiah. You're still awake? The night air is laden with a certain fragrance. You can almost smell the stories floating in it, and I have already captured one this very night. It took place right here at the house of the Hedgehog brothers. Would you like to hear it?
Mr. Brown and the Curious Case of the Reliable Hedgehog Brothers. It was a dull, windy day when Mr. Brown the mouse arrived. Only rarely did the sun poke through the heavy shroud of grey clouds over Mousewood. It had been days since Mr. Brown left his home town, sleeping at different boarding houses and inns on the way. The further away he got from familiar territory, the more he felt it all becoming a fully fledged adventure. It was this desire for adventure that had, over the years, driven him to go on long journeys. This time it had been an invitation from his good friend Rushlight that encouraged him to take to the road again. Mr. Brown had met Rushlight on one of his journeys a few years back, and they had been friends ever since. In his letter, Mr. Brown's acquaintance invited him to visit Mousewood. This was where Rushlight had withdrawn to some 2 months previously, in order to write poetry and read some of his more demanding books in the calm and tranquil ambience that the forest offered. For a hasty observer, it would have been easy to overlook Mr. Brown as he passed through Mousewood. The chubby little mouse had always been an inconspicuous fellow. A skilled observer, however, would have noticed a certain insecurity in Mr. Brown since entering the forest. He seemed to have problems getting around roots, sticks, and stones, as these are rarely to be found in towns and cities. So Mr. Brown was preoccupied, holding his fedora firmly on his head to stop it falling off, while in his other hand he carried a big case. Despite this challenge, the mouse was actively enjoying roaming around this new territory. Between Mr. Brown's pink ears dwelt a lucid mind, which often proved helpful to his fellow mice, especially when complex tasks or tricky puzzles were involved. Following the directions Rushlight had given him, after turning left at the big birch and then going straight on, Mr. Brown reached his acquaintance's house. From a distance he could already see him in the front garden, sitting in a deck chair reading a book. Rushlight was a mouse of stalwart physique, who wasn't only tall, but also made a tall impression on everyone who didn't match his height. Mr. Brown hardly ever made a tall impression on anyone, at least not through his physique, since, even for a mouse, he seemed a little on the short side. Mr. Brown crept up and startled his friend by patting him on the shoulder. Rushlight sprung up from his chair and, recognizing his guest, exclaimed loudly, "My dear friend," and gave him a literally breathtaking hug. "You've made yourself at home, I see," said Mr. Brown, readjusting his hat. "Indeed, this really is the place to be," Rushlight said, spreading out his arms and taking a deep breath. "A couple of weeks in Mousewood will drive the city's grime and noise out of your head, I promise you." "Seems like it's done you lots of good already. You almost squashed me," Mr. Brown remarked with a smile. "Well, it's a great pleasure to see you again," said Rushlight. "Can I offer you a drink?" "What kind of a guest would I be," his inconspicuous friend replied, "if I rejected such an offer?" "Still very much yourself, I see," said Rushlight with a laugh, and offered his friend a seat. Then he disappeared into the house. Mr. Brown sat down and carefully placed his case next to his chair on the forest floor. He relished the moment and looked up, finding the magnificent treetops much more beautiful than the buildings he was used to that filled the city's skies. Moments later, Rushlight returned with glasses and a jug. "It's an uncanny coincidence," said Rushlight, and poured Mr. Brown some lemonade. "But only yesterday I heard about a case that might interest you." Mr. Brown took a sip of his drink and listened to what his host had to tell him. "Over the last couple of weeks I've been taking long walks through the neighbourhood. Roaming the forest after months of dull city life changes you completely. Your spirits," said Rushlight, beating his chest, "return, and you're full of zest. So it was that yesterday I came across a house where a group of animals had gathered. Said house was a beautiful wooden construction, artfully crafted onto a tree trunk. As I found out later, the inhabitants had built it themselves. 2 hedgehogs, with the reputation of being excellent craftsmen. When you see the house, you'll agree that they deserve all the praise they get. Anyway, to find out what the animals were discussing so passionately, I addressed a beaver standing nearby. He explained that the previous night, the Hedgehog brothers, who own the house and the workshop behind it, had been the victims of burglars. It seems that both their tools and the materials they'd been working with were stolen when they left them in the back garden. Apparently not even a tranquil, idyllic place like this is safe from thieves and their kind, concluded Rushlight. Mr. Brown listened attentively, looking into his glass that had now been reduced to 1/3 full. "Maybe you're right, dear friend," he said. "But we shouldn't be too hasty to call this theft." Rushlight refilled his glass as a magpie chattered above, spying on them. "What makes you think this could be anything other than the work of a common thief?" asked Rushlight, intrigued by the thought. "Well, according to your account, not only tools but also materials went missing. A thief only after things of certain value would have taken the tools but discarded the cheaper materials. In this respect, I think local burglars wouldn't differ from their city cousins." "You're right," agreed Rushlight, "but the question remains as to who stole the tools and materials, and for what reason." Determined to solve the mystery, Mr. Brown and Rushlight decided to pay the Hedgehog brothers a visit. If this wasn't the work of a common thief, maybe they would find some clue as to the culprit. After finishing the lemonade, Mr. Brown put his case inside the house, but took his umbrella, as heavy rain was forecast for Mousewood any time today. The 2 friends were in luck, and the rain held off. The ground, however, was still soaking wet with the rain of recent days. Whenever they encountered miry passages, Rushlight got through without difficulty, and Mr. Brown appreciated the fact his umbrella could also serve as a walking stick. Accompanied by the scent of earth and moss, the 2 mice walked along the path. The Hedgehog brothers' house was located a few paces from the edge of the forest, and was indeed a remarkable building. It wasn't enormous, not like a castle, but was of modest proportions, built in several layers and stories around the tree trunk. As the pair was looking at the Hedgehog brothers' house from the path, a lizard with a slouch hat emerged from the house next door and joined them. "You want to visit the hedgehogs?" the lizard asked. "Yes, indeed," said Mr. Brown. "Is that their house over there?" "It is, and if I'm not mistaken, they've just had visitors. You should probably go over. It certainly looks like rain," the lizard said, pulling his hat a little deeper over his face. "Are you acquainted with the Hedgehog brothers?" asked Rushlight, leaning on the fence. "Yep, for ages, I might add. They're good neighbours, as everyone will tell you. Both of them are happy to do simple jobs for free, and they're reliable. The only thing is, the noise from all the hammering and sawing is unbearable," the lizard said with a rueful smile. "Yesterday was the first day in weeks I was able to take a nap in the afternoon." "I heard the hedgehog's tools were stolen. That's probably why they couldn't disturb your nap, isn't it?" Rushlight asked. "That's the case. Yesterday morning they were gone," replied the lizard. "Despite the fact that burglary is a very rare occurrence in these parts, you know." The lizard took his leave and went off towards Meadow Pond. Mr. Brown scratched his head, while Rushlight opened the gate leading to the hedgehog's home. Just as the visitors were about to knock at the door, it opened. The Hedgehog brothers were just taking their leave of guests, a lumpy mole lady and her smaller husband, who both wore thick glasses. Mr. Brown and Rushlight stepped aside to let the moles make their exit. "Mr. Rushlight, a pleasure meeting you again," said the corpulent mole lady with a smile. Rushlight, quite the gentleman and a chip off the old block, bowed politely. "How do you know my wife?" asked the male mole, looking reproachfully at Rushlight through his thick spectacles. "Why, Ludwig," his wife exclaimed, dismayed. "We met this nice gentleman at the garden party near Marigold Meadows. He's from the city. He's here on holiday." The mole helplessly hung his head. "Well, I joined you quite late, so it's not surprising you don't remember me," Rushlight tried to help. "Please excuse my inadvertence anyway," replied the short-sighted mole, looking at Mr. Brown in a disoriented fashion. The latter was so amused he completely forgot to introduce himself. "How can I help?" asked one of the Hedgehog brothers. "We were hoping to discuss the disappearance of your tools with you," said Rushlight in a serious tone. The Hedgehog brothers nodded. Every bit of help was much appreciated, since this was already their second day without tools, the second day without work. "You heard about that too?" asked the mole lady, genuinely upset. "Someone took their tools in the middle of the night. They're the most reliable carpenters you'll find. They never forget anything nor leave work undone. And now their tools are gone. And that's not the worst of it. They were working on a new desk for my husband. Ludwig so enjoys writing letters. We'd almost finished the lady's commission, and suddenly our tools and cuts disappeared," sighed the hedgehog with the red dungarees. His brother in the blue dungarees blew his nose loudly into a large handkerchief. Mr. Brown looked at him with interest. The hedgehog blew his nose again and muttered hoarsely, "It's sad that our tools are gone, sure, but I've caught a cold and I've got a temperature." He coughed. Then he coughed again. "Please let us know as soon as you get your tools back," said the mole lady before saying goodbye. "But Lottie, the old desk will do just fine," said her husband as they left the hedgehog's yard, looking up at her insecurely. "And I haven't actually written any letters for quite a while." "I know," she replied, "but just wait till you sit at your new desk. You won't be able to stop writing." The mole sighed quietly. The Hedgehog brothers led Mr. Brown and Rushlight around to their workshop behind the house. "Everything's just like it was the evening before we were burgled," the hedgehog in the red dungarees said. His brother stood a few paces away, giving his cold his full attention. "So you left your tools and the parts for the desk out here when you finished work for the day?" Rushlight asked. "Yep," said the hedgehog, looking around the workshop. It was empty, save for some sawdust on the grass. Mr. Brown looked up to the sky. his gaze following the shifting clouds. "Do you always leave your equipment out in the open like that?" he asked. "No. Usually we put our tools, materials and the like in that store over there. Not because of thieves, but because of the weather, you see. Tools need to be kept dry," the hedgehog explained. "Then why would you have left your gear outside in this weather?" the short mouse asked, lifting his fedora to scratch his head. The ill hedgehog let out a hacking cough. "He forgot." His brother rolled his eyes as if he had already heard the accusation 100 times. "Usually my brother takes care of these things because I'm absent-minded," he admitted. "In contrast to me, he's quite reliable, but as you can see, he's ill. As he's got this nasty fever, he went to bed early that evening, and I didn't think of putting our gear in the store. Strange thing if you think about it. The first time we forget to put our stuff away, someone steals everything." Mr. Brown took a good look around the yard. "Tell me, what do you use these other stores for, next to the one where you store your tools?" he asked. "Jars," the hedgehog replied. "We restock our supply a few months before winter and then lock the shelters. It's a long time since anybody's been in them. Luckily, the thief didn't break in there." "Indeed. Seems like a remarkable coincidence, some scoundrel picking precisely that evening to go off with your tools," said Rushlight. "Don't forget the materials. What would a thief do with the parts of a half-finished desk?" Mr. Brown pointed out. "Perhaps we're dealing with an inexperienced thief," the hedgehog suggested. "He just grabbed everything he could in a rush. Things rarely get stolen around here, so a lack of experience could explain that, don't you think?" "But a nervous thief would be in a rush. He'd sooner grab something more valuable than your boards. I'm convinced our thief took the materials on purpose. He must have had some special interest in those desk parts and your work," Mr. Brown concluded. The brothers suggested a cup of tea. The ill hedgehog led the way to the living room, staggering slightly from time to time. He seemed a bit dizzy. After going to the kitchen, he returned shortly afterwards and slumped into an armchair. Then he closed his weary eyes, swaying back and forth. "You should get some rest," Rushlight said in a worried voice. The hedgehog opened his eyes again, giving him a fatigued blink. "I suppose you're right," he said, and then turned to his brother. "You heard him. Would you care to put the kettle on?" His brother stood up with a smile and went into the kitchen. When Mr. Brown asked about cups, the hedgehog pointed out a cupboard from his armchair. Mr. Brown put 4 cups and saucers on the table. Then he sat back on the couch, which wasn't all that comfortable, since, for obvious reasons, the hedgehog brothers had no cushions. A few minutes later, the other hedgehog returned from the kitchen. "You'd already put some water on to boil," he said to his brother. "Had I?" he replied. "Well, so much the better." The hedgehog poured the tea for his guests and his sick brother, a tasty wild briar tea. "Our forest's famous for this," he informed the tourists. If he hadn't been saddened by the loss of his tools, he would probably have added a chuckle. But the brothers found this was no time for joviality. They did nevertheless talk to their guests about the forest, the town, and other things. As the ill hedgehog brother reached for his tea and took a careful sip, his brother said, "That's my cup." The sick hedgehog took a closer look. "Right," he said. "Sorry." Mr. Brown smiled. "Might I have a look at the key you used to lock up your store?" he asked humbly. Puzzled, the hedgehog brothers looked at each other. What could the mouse possibly want their key for? The ill hedgehog pulled the keychain out of his pocket and handed it over to the still smiling Mr. Brown, who examined it closely. "Am I right in assuming that these keys fit the locks on the other storerooms, where your supplies are stored?" he asked. "Yeah, that's right," the fit hedgehog confirmed. Mr. Brown went to the living room window and looked into the yard where the storeroom stood. "I think I may have just solved this puzzling case," he said. Rushlight and the hedgehogs were astonished when Mr. Brown suggested going out to the yard. Only the ill hedgehog stayed in the living room and watched them through the open window. This is a good example of how even the trickiest cases can be solved over a nice cup of tea, said Mr. Brown. Up in the trees a few sparrows chirped. Then who is the thief? Rushlight asked impatiently. There is no thief, Mr. Brown answered, and there has been no theft. But our stuff disappeared, the hedgehog said. That is beyond doubt. You're right, of course. So it's time to make it reappear, suggested Mr. Brown, and walked over to one of the stores where the jars for the coming winter were kept. He unlocked the door with one of the keys on the keychain and pulled it open. Between jerky and jarred fruit lay the half-finished parts of the desk and the tools. In fact, everything missing since yesterday morning. Rushlight was speechless, as was the hedgehog. How did they get in here? He asked in amazement. Your brother did not, in fact, forget to clear up the workshop and your equipment, Mr. Brown explained. After you finished work, he got up again, went to the yard, and, as reliably as always, put the material into the store. But just as he confused the teacups due to his fever, he also confused the stores. His tracks are clearly visible in the mud if you look out of the window, despite the fact that nobody has been there for weeks. When he had finished storing everything, he locked the door again and forgot he'd ever been there, just as he forgot he'd already boiled the water for our tea. That's why he was as puzzled as everyone else about the disappearance of your tools. Things like this happen when you're running a fever, Mr. Brown concluded. Rushlight slapped him on the back and exclaimed, What a reliable fellow! He never forgets anything. Sometimes he just can't remember not forgetting. The hedgehog took a hammer out of the shelter, walked to the workshop, and, hiding the hammer behind his back, waved to his brother. So, what's the news? The sick hedgehog at the window asked. His brother produced the hammer. Where'd you find that? His brother asked, in as much amazement as his sore throat and dizziness would allow. The other hedgehog pointed at the store behind him. Right where you put it, brother, he said, laughing. Me? The other brother asked, thinking hard. Really? Well, okay. No one took his mistake amiss. If anything, he had once again proved his reliability. And you can't blame somebody for having a cold, now can you? Later, on their way home, Mr. Brown and his friend Rushlight took the time to enjoy the countryside before returning to the forest. Here, on the elevated northern edge of the woods, one could look far into the distance across the fields. The wind hustled big piles of grey clouds through the sky, which, where the sun managed to pierce the thick shroud, cast huge scudding shadows on the fields beneath.
Did you like my story? I often find strange things between the worlds, fragments of stories long forgotten, lost beginnings, and lost endings. Perhaps there's something you've forgotten. Maybe I can find what you have lost. Oh, hello, Jeremiah. I have a special story for you.
Plato's Song. Among the reeds of Meadow Pond sat Plato the frog, enduring the midday heat and the constant buzzing of the gnats. The insects had been in high spirits ever since Plato had told them a few hours earlier that he wouldn't be preying on them, at least until evening, when it got cooler. He was accustomed to feeding on fat flies, but didn't mind giving them a day off as long as they left him alone. In this heat, just the thought of shooting his sticky tongue out of his mouth was exhausting. Plato slipped into the water and relaxed. "Quack," he said contentedly, floating just under the surface of Meadow Pond. Just his head poked out of the water, and he watched opalescent dragonflies wheeling and zooming through the clear sky. With their huge compound eyes, the dragonflies could easily spot Plato, even when he was obscured by the water. So they showed off, flying aerobatics around him. At least that way they wouldn't tempt him to have a nice little snack. It's moments like these, when you should actually be feeling contented, that you realize there is something amiss. While Plato floated like a piece of wood, motionlessly pondering until he bumped into a water lily, his thoughts wandered to music. A long time ago, he had made music with 4 friends, by the pond or in glades, playing sessions which had brought them a certain amount of fame and recognition. Besides Plato the frog, the band consisted of Jonas, an otter from the north and a gifted trumpeter, Nicholas the lizard, an inspiring triangle player, Peter the badger, a master of the harmonica, and last but not least, Anya the mouse, who sang and played the accordion. Their ways had parted long ago after a heated argument, although today nobody could remember what it had been about. At the time, everyone went their separate ways and hadn't played together since. But even today, some forest dwellers remembered the small group of musicians and their sessions. Plato climbed out of the water and sat down cross-legged on top of a lily pad. He wanted to make music again. So why not pay his friends a visit this afternoon to maybe have a jam and relive the good old days? As this thought struck him, Plato sprang up, danced a couple of tap steps, spread out his arms and exclaimed loudly, "Quack!" It already sounded like part of a song. In a high arc, the frog leapt headfirst into the water and swam back to his house on the opposite bank. A small footbridge led to the water where a rowing boat was moored. Frogs, of course, do not generally need boats, but Plato always had one ready for those guests who weren't too keen on swimming and could thus still enjoy the idyll of Meadow Pond with him. Plato opened his front door, walked down the hall, and climbed the ladder leading to his bedroom. His home clearly marked him out as a music enthusiast. His walls were covered in posters of famous musicians who'd been at their peak decades ago and since fallen into obscurity. Great entertainers from a time when the streets of the big city were filled with infectious rhythms and catchy tunes. Crab Calloway, the singing crustacean, a remarkable band leader in a white suit. The Rat Pack, who were in fact 3 very successful mice and who cracked jokes together on stage while performing their most enjoyable songs. There was a picture of Maurice Skunk, a charming French singer. Plato even owned a record player and a collection of LPs with his favourite singers. Despite the fact it was still very warm outside, the frog put on a white shirt, black trousers and braces, as he always did when going out to visit friends or family. Even in weather like this, for Plato it was out of the question not to dress in style. Finally, Plato went to the living room and opened the big doors of a huge cupboard. Carefully he took out a case, put it on the table and unlocked it. The case contained Plato's violin, its polished red wood gleaming in the sunlight. He ran his hand over the precious instrument before closing the case and snapping the locks shut. Then the frog left to visit the friends he had lost sight of so long ago. As Plato didn't like walking along gritty paths with his thin-skinned feet, which were more suited to swimming and the living room, he decided to take his bike. He strapped his violin case onto the rack and started pedalling. First on the list to visit was Peter. As far as Plato knew, the badger now owned a bakery and sold pastries on the western outskirts of the forest. The quality of his bread was beyond question, with many customers happily confirming the fact every Sunday when he baked his famous Sunday rolls. Plato rode along the bank of the pond, then turned onto the track that led around Mousewood. The direct route through the forest was shorter, but by bike he'd be quicker if he rode outside the woods. En route, he came across 2 humans, who watched the frog pass by with astonishment. "Look, a frog," said one to the other. "They live in ponds and pools and eat insects, I think." Soon the frog reached the western edge of Mousewood, where he got off and pushed his bike along the path, since he wasn't familiar with this part of the woods and didn't know exactly where to find his old friend. In front of a row of houses, two grandfatherly squirrels were telling stories of the old days, with a cluster of grand and great-grandchildren playing and laughing around them. When they saw the frog with his bicycle, the children stopped playing to get a closer look at the stranger. The seniors, however, were too busy talking to take any notice. Plato turned to them and cleared his throat. "Grandpa, I think the frog wants something," one of the kids shouted, staring at his grandfather and pointing at the frog. As he couldn't stare at Plato at the same time, the other children took that part. "Yes, what is it?" one of the elderly squirrels asked. "Excuse me," Plato began. "Could you tell me where I can find the local bakery?" "Bakery, the elderly squirrel mused. "Used to be right over there," he said, pointing to the left with his cane. "Then," he continued, "then it moved over there," and he pointed to the right. "Nowadays, though," he concluded, putting his cane back on the ground in front of him, "nowadays they're somewhere else. You'll find bread and pastries over there." Plato turned around. There indeed, with a shop window displaying the finest cakes and rolls, was the bakery. It was full of customers. "Many thanks," Plato said, and pushed his bike over the road. "That frog's got style," said one of the elderly squirrels to the other. Plato's braces obviously recalled his own youth, when the streets of the big city were filled with infectious rhythms and catchy tunes. "He reminds me of someone." The bakery was bustling with activity. The entrance or exit of every customer was faithfully marked by a tiny bell, and made no exception for our frog. Inside, the smell of freshly baked wares filled the air. Cakes and bread, but also rolls and cookies. Behind the counter, a badger attended to customer after customer. Plato wasn't sure how he should ask about Peter, and decided to join the short queue. A few minutes passed, accompanied by the bell's clear ring when the door opened or closed, and the sale of blueberry cake, cheese sandwiches, and coarse wholemeal and poppy seed bread. Eventually it was Plato's turn, and, since he wasn't an ordinary customer, he tried not to confuse the baker too much. I am an old acquaintance of Peter's. I hope this is the right place to look for him," he said. "It certainly is," the badger lady replied. "I'm his sister. I'm just helping out. He's moving in with his wife, you know. That's why he's not here right now." "I see," said Plato thoughtfully. "Unfortunately, I can't reach him at the moment either. Would you like to leave a message?" the badger lady asked helpfully. "Just send him my best wishes, please. Best wishes from Plato the frog. I'd like to make music with him again." "Plato, I've heard of you. He'll be happy to see you again," she said. "Here, have a few of our fresh cookies. On the house," she added with a twinkle. "Thanks," said Plato. "I'm sure they're delicious." An elderly mouse behind him elbowed her way to the front of the queue and said, "Yes, we all think they're delicious. So it would be most kind if you would let the rest of us buy some as well." Plato was tempted to complain about the mouse's rude manner, but then remembered he wasn't an ordinary customer. So he left the shop, and the soft ring of the bell bade him farewell. The frog picked up his bike, brooding. There were still 3 music acquaintances from the old days left to visit: Anya the mouse, Nicholas the lizard, and Jonas the otter. Plato strapped the cookies on the rack of his bike next to his violin case and rode off. "He seems somehow familiar," said the elderly squirrel with the cane as he watched the frog disappear. "You're probably confusing him, old chap," his equally elderly friend replied. "And if I am, then it's my business," said the other squirrel. He swung his cane through the air, pointed it towards the bakery, and shuffled, surprisingly quickly, across the road. Entering the shop, the squirrel had a look round. When he saw the badger lady behind the counter, he elbowed his way to the front, ignoring the numerous cries of, "How dare you! Intolerable! What appalling manners!" He wasn't that bothered. A squirrel of his age can do pretty well as he pleases. "Excuse me, but who was that sprucely dressed frog who was here a minute ago?" the old fellow asked the badger. "That was Plato, the musician," she replied. "Plato, of course!" the squirrel exclaimed, smacking his paw against his forehead, angry that this hadn't occurred to him earlier. Behind the still irritated customers, yet another person shoved their way through to the front. This time it was Peter the baker, carrying a large box and wheezing, "Plato the frog?" Plato let the cool breeze play around his green head as he rode past fields and meadows and a group of mice and squirrels on a hiking trip. Eventually he reached an avenue of old trees offering much-needed shade. The frog dismounted and had a look round. Jonas the otter lived near the avenue, close to a small stream, so Plato left his bike at the track and walked down a narrow path leading to his friend's house. There he knocked on the front door. No one answered. There was no one home. Disappointed by his run of bad luck, Plato strolled back up to the avenue and decided to take a break from his roaming around. At that moment, a gentle melody wafted down to him. It was a robin, high in the treetops, and its song was so lovely, Plato stopped to listen. A few minutes later, the robin had finished and took off from the green canopy into the clear blue sky. But Plato was oblivious, having fallen asleep. While he was sleeping, Plato's dreams took him far, far away, as far as one can be taken by one's dreams. Yet, for a moment, he thought he heard two old squirrels, a badger, and other animals walking through the forest, chatting. But so many dreamlike things happened in his dreams that the voices almost immediately slipped away again, and sleep had him back in its cosy arms at the edge of the forest. When Plato awoke, the sun had almost disappeared beyond the horizon, taking the warmth of the day with it and leaving sky and clouds to shine in the afterglow. Back on his feet, the frog took a few moments to grasp where he actually was. "I must have fallen asleep," he thought. "No wonder in this heat." Now, though, he was wide awake and well rested, and it was a really lovely evening. But now he could hardly visit his acquaintances, being reluctant to disturb people after sunset, and even more so uninvited. So Plato made his way back to Meadow Pond without having jammed with a single one of his friends. He sighed and reached for the cookie bag strapped to his bike rack. He took a cookie, and then another. Delicious, he thought, eating some more. When the bag was empty, he crumpled it up, put it in his pocket, and brushed the crumbs off his shirt. Then he switched on his bike lights and rode home. Night had not yet fallen when Plato reached Meadow Pond, but it was dusky enough to spot the fireflies as they sped through the reeds and tall grass in front of his house. Wanting to walk the rest of the way, Plato got off his bike, when suddenly someone leapt out of the bushes. "The frog! It's the frog!" shouted a little squirrel, pointing at Plato and scurrying off towards Meadow Pond. Plato was quite startled. Slowly he pushed his bike onwards, the sand crunching beneath its wheels. "We wondered when you'd turn up," shouted Peter the badger, waving to him. With him were Anya, Nicholas, and Jonas, all the musicians he used to play with so many years ago. There were also the grandfather squirrels, their grandchildren, and several other forest dwellers. They had decorated the footbridge to Plato's house with lanterns, and all of them were in a merry mood. The elderly squirrel he had talked to outside the bakery came up and said, I always admired your music, you know. When I heard you wanted to play again, I gathered your former colleagues together and then waited for you right here. It seems you have quite a few fans, he said, pointing out the guests who raised their glasses of blue juice in greeting. Some of them Plato recognized as customers of the bakery. Well then, said the frog, opening his case and taking out the instrument. The guests held their breath in anticipation. They were so quiet they could hear the soft sound of Plato picking up his violin and bow. Plato walked down to the footbridge where his fellow musicians were already assembled. All four greeted Plato as if it had been yesterday when they last made music together. And then they were set. Anya the mouse picked up her accordion, Nicholas the lizard had his triangle at the ready, a bit nervous about playing in front of an audience again. Jonas the otter fiddled with the mouthpiece of his trumpet, calm as could be, and Peter took his harmonica out of his front pocket. "Why don't we start with Plato's song?" Anya suggested. The other musicians agreed, and Plato felt honoured, since he had composed Plato's song, one of their most famous pieces, back in their heyday. The band started to play, and their music sounded just like in the old days. The audience were enthusiastic, and more animals from the neighbourhood came to listen to the infectious rhythms. Even the toad family swam over from the opposite side of Meadow Pond and joined in. As the song ended, the frog danced a couple of tap steps on the footbridge where the boat for guests had been tied up, spread his arms wide, and, to applause from the audience, said loudly, "Quack!" And that's how Plato's song ends.
Did you like my story? I often find strange things between the worlds, fragments of stories long forgotten, lost beginnings, and lost endings. Perhaps there's something you have forgotten. Maybe I can find what you have lost.
Extravagant. Welcome back.
About the preparations for the Treetop Festival.
Everything will be ready, cream puff. The dwarves are brewing blue juice again. The Treetop Festival can come.
See you later.
Take care.
That sure looks tasty.
Thank you. Can you take it to the hare family?
Sure.
Thank you, my little cracker crust.
Hello, Mr. Hare. I've brought the cake you ordered from Anya.
Oh, wonderful. It's about time. Looks like you aren't completely useless after all. Oh, the cake looks good. You know what? I will make a major exception for you. As of today, you can officially take part in our popular hare parties, known far and wide.
Wow!
Well, don't just stand there. Go, enjoy the party.
What a moody fellow. I hope the rest of his family is a little more laid back. Wow, what a party! There sure are a lot of people here.
Birthdays are always a big deal for the Hare family.
But don't the hares celebrate a birthday every day?
Of course! It's perfectly normal in such a big family.
Bottoms up! Who wants to think about tomorrow today? Today is everybody's birthday. Yours too. Here, take this.
The hares really know how to party.
Isn't it a pleasure to see the hares celebrating? Although I've completely lost track of whose birthday it is today.
I thought you were going to dance this evening.
My poor feet. I gave myself blisters dancing this afternoon. Oh dear. I was so looking forward to the party.
I've got to tell you a joke.
Love to hear it.
Well, why do bees hum?
No idea.
Because... oh, I forgot.
Oh,
But you'll like this one. Why do mice usually avoid drinking too much blue juice?
well,
Because... I just can't remember punchlines. But I've got one more. A rabbit couple is booked on a luxury cruise. At the quay, they get stopped because there are too many of them. Why?
I don't know.
Because I don't know either.
Pity.
If you pass it on, maybe someone will know the answer. Someone with a sense of humour.
I wrote down as much as Jonathan can remember. Those are the jokes, as far as Jonathan can remember them. Maybe I can improvise the rest. That punch looks really tempting. It smells like blackberries. That reminds me of Mum's tasty blackberry pie. I would love to have a big piece of that right now. I hope Mum's pie won't be cold when I get in.
Yeah, thanks for the cake. Go on in. I haven't got time to talk to you.
Bottoms up! Who wants to think about tomorrow today? Today is everybody's birthday. Here, take this.
Another one of those cards. I think I know how I can replace the water nut.
All right. I always say laughing customers are paying customers. So show me a show that makes the audience laugh. If it works, we'll swap your program for the water nut.
Okay. I know some genuine mousewood jokes, but
Well then, good luck.
but I will.
And now, opening for the wonderful Church Mouse Jr., ladies and gentlemen, Jerry.
Hey, Jerry, this time we're bound to laugh. We've got our fingers crossed.
All right. Well, why do bees hum?
No idea. Why do bees hum, Jerry?
To be honest, I don't really know.
Jerry, get off the stage.
Did you think that was funny? I thought it was modern, but I didn't find it funny.
Jerry, what was all that about?
I'm missing the punchlines.
Half jokes? Come back when you have whole jokes. You're scaring off our audience.
Break a leg. I have to go.
Break a leg? Is that supposed to be fun? What strange children some parents have. Isn't that right, Junior? Exactly.
Ooh, there are the glow nuts.
Aren't they fascinating? The juice they contain attracts fireflies by the swarm.
I could really use something like that.
Then take one, but be careful. If they burst, there will be glow juice everywhere.
Perfect. I should fill the mug with something first. 1 hot coffee. Too bad I don't like coffee. couple of drops should be enough. I've got a little present for you.
What an aroma!
Brewed fresh. He's asleep. These sleeping drops are really strong. I'm starting to feel guilty. Well, who knows? 40 winks will probably do him wonders. I'm sure the nut fits perfectly inside the cannon, but why should I shoot it into the countryside? Now the cannon is pointing at the treetop over the town. Okay, let's see if it works. Wow! I almost hit the big branch behind the town hall. Well, look at that. The glowing stuff from the nut is attracting fireflies from all over Mousewood. How pretty! And the guard is still sound asleep in spite of the noise. Wow! The glowing stuff from the nut is attracting fireflies from all over Mousewood. How pretty! It's still awfully high, but at least now I can see where I'm putting my feet. I hope this works alright. Did it! That was pretty exciting.
Do you know how long I've waited? I'm now ancient in a few days. I suppose you fired on the tree, didn't you, Brett? Here I was, minding my own business. And then I almost dropped my spoon. Only I couldn't, on account of you stealing it. At least the tree now has a lovely colour. What the weevil do you want in my world, you whippersnapper? I suppose you want to extort your 3 wishes out of me.
I'm a magician's apprentice, and I want to learn a spell.
Give me the hat, and I'll take you along.
I'll keep it until we're over there, okay?
You suspicious boy. All right. Anyone looking for magic in my world comes to me. You simply wish for
Was he serious about the wishes? Here it is, size 40B. Oh, an oversized green hat.
high time too. Such long legs, and yet a snail's pace. Put it on, Grandpa. The shamrock's cold.
Say, what is this place anyway?
Well, stick some wings on me. Call me a thing, my lad. We're in the land of the wafting winds, the dazzling depths of the lovely lakes, of the melancholy musings of the moon.
Oh, the weather is horrid, cold and wet.
That's what I just said, you little shamrock ripper. Wish-pish. Everyone's always after just the one thing. No wonder I stay in hiding. I'm sure you're planning to wish for 5,000 shiny leaf bugs, aren't you?
I get to make a wish. Oh boy.
That's the tradition, and traditionally, it backfires.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing.
Well, where would I put that much money?
You're worried about that, but I saw you. You've been collecting odds and ends everywhere you go. Your pockets must be deep, you brackish tea drinker. And you wouldn't empty your pockets for 5,000 leaf bugs. That'd buy you 10,000 bags of jelly beans, 1,000 comic books, or 100 video games.
Sounds great, but actually... what was that you just called me?
Whippersnapper, brat, tater nose, pipsqueak, shamrock ripper, brackish tea drinker. Slime slug, junior potato farmhand, miserable midgebait, tedious tadpole.
Ah, right. But I think you included some new ones. I'd rather be a master of my trade, right on the spot.
All right, your wish is granted. You're now a professional, certified, officially distinguished plumber.
What? But
You're now a master of a trade. A popular one too. Everyone loves plumbers because they're so useful. Haha! 2 more wishes, junior potato farmhand.
all right. In that case... Again, what did you call me earlier?
Whippersnapper, brat, tater nose, pipsqueak, shamrock ripper, brackish tea drinker, slime slug, junior potato farmhand, miserable midgebait, tedious tadpole.
That's it. I wasn't sure whether I heard you right. I wish I'd finished my training already.
Okie dokie.
So far I don't feel any different. Actually, wait, there's a tickle. Ooh, could this tickle under my nose be my new power? Yikes! What's that stuck to my face?
Ha-ha! A moustache! Just like a big grown-up who's finished his training.
But I didn't ask for a moustache.
Ha-ha! 1 more wish, miserable midgebait.
Can you repeat those names you gave me one more time?
Whippersnapper, brat, tater nose, pipsqueak, shamrock ripper, brackish tea drinker, slime slug, junior potato farmhand, miserable midgebait, tedious tadpole.
The more often you hear it, the better it is. Oh no, I wish I was better at choosing my words.
But of course, that was your 3rd wish.
Mamma mia! Oh, what have you done with my voice?
By my beard, who could possibly be more successful than a plumber with a moustache and an Italian accent?
And that is a mustachio, is itching like crazy.
I warned you, boy, never make light of a wish, or it's guaranteed to backfire.
Per favore, I'll do anything. I'll return the spoon, the cobalt and the nails. Just to get me back to normal again.
Are you trying to bribe an O'Donnell with his very own property that you unrightfully pilfered in the first place? You brazen scallywag! Ha! 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 All right then. You and your obnoxious lovability.
Ah, I can breathe again. Thank you for undoing all those wishes.
I'd never said I'd undo all your wishes. You'd be better off if you remain a plumber, boy. A handful of skills is better than a sack full of gold. Now you've had your 3 wishes, leave me in peace.
Oh, where did he go to this time? Reminds me of a gigantic multi-purpose wrench. The kind you use to fasten screw nuts on drain pipes. Oh no, where did that come from? The portal is firmly closed, but I need to take care of the little green man. Sounds like a sci-fi movie. I can't see a thing. Something's hanging in front of the window on the inside. I may not be an archaeologist, but this tower looks really ancient. Looks like rain. Did you pack some warm clothes, a raincoat and an umbrella? That's what Mum would have said. That itchy red penguin sweater would actually come in handy right now. Funny, I'm sure he ran in here. There he is. Wait a minute, how did that get here? Zarov! Everywhere Zarov! This flag smells like a dog. How do I know that? We don't even have a dog.
A whippersnap was
excuse me?
stealing me. Oh, by St. Patrick! What else do you want, you greedy brat?
What I'm really looking for is a spell.
You're not going to find any magic here. I'm all out of magic. Can't do it anymore.
How come?
Do the corners of my mouth look particularly convinced? Without a rainbow, I'm stuck here. When I'm in a bad mood, I can't conjure up rainbows, or rain, or anything else.
And what could make you laugh again?
That's no small feat, Tater knows. It would take something very special to cheer me up. Something very special and shiny. Holy harps, no! I don't want any presents. There's no point in being given things just like that. If anything, I want to find them myself. Now here's a sight for sore eyes. Is it silver? A tiny wee silver cup. Goat manure and tater skins. It's as dull as a pot of tar.
No, that didn't work. The trophy isn't shiny enough. I'm going to polish it up a bit. Perfect. Flag disintegrated in the process. Here we go. Oh, what lovely weather we're having out here. My Woodruff lemonade tastes especially refreshing from this, well-polished silver cup. I'll just set it down in this window and look the other way for a bit, totally captivated by the emerald splendor of the landscape.
That's what I see blinking. A wee tiny bright, shiny silver goblet. Oh, its beauty is worthy of the Emerald Isle. For all its lies and deception, constant toil and shattered dreams, the world is still a grand old thing. Mother! Emmet is coming home!
Stop! I've still got a spell to learn. Oh no, he disappeared again, and this time for good. I can't travel on the rainbow. What do I do now?
There's magic in there, right within your grasp.
But he's gone, and I didn't even see how he conjured up the rainbow.
Your answer lies within the rainbow itself. It will soon dissolve again. So hurry up!
Wow, what colours! It almost looks like I could touch it.
You can. You must touch it.
I thought they were nothing more than an optical illusion.
You just learned your second spell through the power of the magic rainbow. You can use it to make rain and help green things grow.
Wow, I'm never going to wash this hand again.
Now go back to the portal. You've learned the magic of this place, so now the portal is open again. But hurry!
What's that? Another one of those cards. I wonder whether the green hat dropped that. It looks like it shows me, together with some dog. How odd. But I don't even remember this. That's weird. Goodbye, rain of green landscape. It's funny, but I think I'm going to miss the little guy. It's still night here. Now what? What was that noise?
Jerry, is that you?
Who was that? Did he call my name?
Perhaps we will soon find out. But we don't have much time. The second nail has been struck.
The second nail?
Seek the entrance in the next portal tree. You will learn your next spell there. Look for the magical creature who lives in Mousewood. There's a rumor that a fox is roaming the fields of Mousewood at night. It is not from this world.
A fox? Sounds dangerous. Let's see if this works. Hey, presto! A stairway! I'll admit it, I totally impressed myself. Of course, a mushroom escalator would have been even better. Whoa! I'm pretty high up here. And it's cold. Ah! Who's he then? A scary Mothman. And the entrance behind him looks strange too. I can almost hear it whisper, "Jerry, come closer. I've swallowed a portal." Ooh, it's dark in there, but I can see something glowing at the end of the tunnel. I sure hope that's the portal, and not something else. Maybe I should drop a pebble so I can hear how long it takes before it hits the ground. That way, I could find out just how deep the abyss is. What if I hit a mouse on the head? And anyway, I'm a magician now, so I should throw something like a ball of lightning to see how long it takes. Though I guess any mice down there would probably like that even less than the pebble. Fast asleep in broad daylight. Sometimes I wish I could do that instead of going to school. Then I could stay up all night reading comic books. I wrote down some jokes from Jonathan Squirrel. I made a special note of it.
Fire away!
Why do bees hum?
Obviously, dear listeners, because they can't remember the words.
And why do mice usually avoid drinking too much blue juice?
For the same reason as me, because the hangover gives them the blues.
Okay. I don't quite get that one.
Never mind.
A rabbit couple is booked on a luxury cruise. At the quay, they get stopped because there are too many of them. Why?
Because with rabbits, 2 is a crowd.
Don't get that one either.
But the audience loves it. You could be a really good co-host.
I wrote down the answers. Now I have 3 complete Mousewood jokes. I think I know how I can replace the water nut.
All right. I always say laughing customers are paying customers. So show me a show that makes the audience laugh. If it works, we'll swap your program for the water nut.
Okay. I've collected genuine Mousewood jokes.
Do you have some whole jokes now?
Yes.
Well then, good luck.
And no improvising, I promise.
And now, opening for the wonderful Church Mouse Jr., ladies and gentlemen, Jerry.
Hey, Jerry, this time we're bound to laugh. We've got our fingers crossed.
All right, well, why do bees hum?
No idea. Why do bees hum, Jerry?
Because they can't remember the words.
Good one. More!
Why do mice usually avoid drinking too much blue juice? Because the hangover gives them the blues.
Super! The kid's really good.
You'll love this one. A rabbit couple is booked on a luxury cruise. At the quay, they get stopped because there are too many of them. Why?
Tell us. Come on!
Because with rabbits, 2 soon becomes a crowd.
Brilliant! But you can't tell it to just anybody. Oh, no!
Thank you, thank you.
Jerry, get off the stage! My junior has absorbed this new knowledge like a water nut. He's just as thrilled as the audience. I've hardly ever seen him this fired up about something, and the water trick never got this kind of reaction. Since you've made a great comedian out of Junior and brought me this much closer to my retirement, we'll be happy to give you the water nut. Right, Junior? Junior? Yes, he agrees. Take the water nut.
Terrific, thanks a lot.
You'll see, soon my junior will be a big star, and you can say, I knew him before he was famous.
I'm truly, honoured. A sticker. Let's see how much this fancy water nut can really hold. The nut took root, but it didn't really suck up a lot of water. I bet that a fully grown water nut tree can suck a whole pond dry, but I can't wait here for years watching the tree grow. Maybe we can provide some help for the little water nut tree. Wow!
That's the right attitude. Dear listeners, Burrower has dug himself out once again in one piece and dry as a bone. We will now continue with our programme. Swamp Radio 103.6, 5. Mole in the morning, Mole at noon, and Mole in the evening. As always, start off with my favourite music. That's Buzzy, the Jew-fly. I call him that because he creates a bigger buzz than even I do. Actually, he belongs to the post office, but I've grown really fond of him. But
Set up in honour of the foxes, or to annoy chickens. Plato's mailbox. I wonder what's in there. I have a choice. Wet feet or ignorance. I'd rather stay dry and not know. Looks like a very large corkscrew. Looks pretty comfy to me.
And here next to me is Jerry Hazelnut. We all wish the young tree walker lots of luck. But now, on with the programme.
Ha! I was on the radio.
We all wish the young tree walker lots of luck. But now, on with the programme.
Stylish. Judging from the mailbox, Plato lives here. A blue root.
I got that beautiful dwarf root from the dwarves as thanks for promoting their blue juice on my show. But the listeners at home already knew that, of course.
The water nut tree grew to full size and drank up the whole puddle. Maybe now it can suck up the rest of the flood with its roots, but that's bound to take a couple of months. Excuse me? I'm looking for a tree portal. Have you got something like that in your nest? And if you do, could I see it? Or pass through it? Is that a yes? Blink 0 times for a yes. Maybe he can't hear me. Hello? Mr. Moth, I would like to ask you something. I always have to speak up like that with my granny too. And if you yell loud enough, anything can sound important.
No wingless beings in here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Moth. What was that? Wingless?
Your vibes are disturbing this place.
Oh, I'm not sure what that means, but I believe this is a private area for insects. Too bad I don't have any wings. I'd better ask before I burst in there. Looks like that moth over there is guarding the entrance. That's a really good idea, but I can't reach it. Here we go. I'm not strong enough to pull that branch down.
We are preparing the Treetop Festival, young tree walker, even if this strange guest is set on wasting my time.
Your land, it lies undeveloped. Every second of your inactivity means a loss.
However often you repeat that, it still makes no sense to us. Ooh, Jerry, I saw how you jumped into our painting. Ooh. And you took good care of my niece. Thank you. Perhaps Jonathan is right about magic. Perhaps he knows more about these things than I.
It looked like you conjured the rain yourself.
Yeah, well, Uh-oh.
What is it, Jerry? A fox!
What? Who are you?
Jerry, be careful! Don't. No.
Wow.
Oh, but my little froggy heart is still racing like crazy. Fortunately, the fox wasn't hungry for either of us.
That was no ordinary fox. Did you see how many tails it had?
I wasn't paying any attention to that. But what a scare. Oh, holy dragonfly.
The fox jumped towards the swamp. I have to go after it. There it is again. It jumped further into the swamp. It almost looked like it was waiting for me. I'm going after it. Huh? Where did the fox go?
You caught me! Alas, now I have to go home.
The fox jumped into a portal. I can't let it get away again.
Folks, you won't believe what I just saw.
So, you finally returned to us, Kitsune. I hope you'll stay a little longer with us this time.
Oh, the fox skipped off. Again. So, its name is Kitsune. But who just talked to the fox? So where am I now? It is very quiet here, as if there are no people anywhere near. Only more of these fox statues. But I can hear a very soft ringing, or chiming. there, in the bushes. I see something sparkling. I can see a little golden bell hanging there. I wonder if the fox from Mousewood lost it. Set up in honour of the foxes, or to annoy chickens. Earlier it sounded like it was talking. Hello? Anybody there? No reply. What a strange statue. Is that supposed to be a fox as well? Nothing's happening. Maybe it's because it's made from wood, not stone. Oh, that is pretty loud. Cool. That is some army of fox statues. Scary.
Who disturbs my slumber? I cannot see you, but I sense your presence. Kitsune, is that you? The bright chime of your little bell cannot be mistaken. Your smell gives you away, human. You really thought you could deceive this old blind fox?
Oh, well,
A human? Deceiving a fox? No, this is precious.
Actually, I'm trying to return this bell to the fox.
Ah, returning her lost property. What a noble gesture. You may pass, but be careful, human. Never trust a fox, especially not one like her.
I find it surprising that you should be kind enough to bid me farewell. Thank you, my beloved.
It was bound to end sooner or later.
Yes, it is the end of warbling birds and green pastures. Instead, it is the beginning of murky waters and empty notebooks.
I have to go.
I know.
Not a trace of the fox. Maybe that lady can tell me where it went. Hey, the fox is right here, but where did the lady go? Ha! At last! Gotcha! Whoa!
Oh boy! Stop following me around, Jerry! Don't you know what it means when someone is running away from you?
I am so sorry. Do you want me to leave?
No, please. I don't want to be alone.
This is probably a silly question, but what are you? Fox or human?
I'm a fox, but I can change how you perceive me any way I want to.
Really? That's the coolest magic trick I've ever heard of.
You think so? It's not difficult. Just give it a try. Anyone can do it if they know how it's done.
Even me? I'm going to be a great magician, you know.
Oh,
So, you can teach me how to do it?
no. I promised on my parents' honour that I wouldn't teach it to anyone. The foxes here only use it to make people unhappy, but not me. I want them to be happy, but it never works out that way.
For your information, happy is my favourite word in the whole dictionary.
I'm sorry, Jerry, I really can't do it. Unless, do you really want to make people happy? When you succeed in making a sad person happy, then I might believe you.
I once told my cousin a really funny joke. He laughed so hard that milk came out of his nose.
No, laughter is not enough. Have you ever made someone so happy that it inspired them to do something truly outstanding?
No, not really.
Then come back when you have. I know you can do it.
The quiet pond. No, that doesn't cut it. Gloomy pond. Ah!
Excuse me, are you a poet?
Am I a poet? A poet needs inspiration. And she no longer wishes to be mine. Instead, she just broke my heart. My name will fade into oblivion, just like my words and the ink on my paper.
Where did that, inspiring thing go to?
This wretched creature, she used me. A true fox. I was a fool to believe that she and I were in any way alike. Foxes' hearts are broken and filled with pain. The pain transforms into cunning. And the cunning of a fox will break any man's heart.
What are you doing here?
Dark water is all I can see. Dark, dark water.
Are you looking for a new inspiration or something?
I need inspiration. But my spirit remains empty and unmoving. Just like this pond, nothing is stirring. And the same is true for my imagination.
What about the rock over there? Isn't it, exciting?
Your words are just as empty as mine.
Don't tell me I didn't try. Bamboo! As far as the eye can see. Those would make great pogo sticks. Whoa! Those mountains are pretty high. I still haven't got a clue where I am. Could that be the Alps? No idea. No, really, why would the poet keep staring at the pond? I don't get it. There's nothing in there.
Is that a frog I hear? A frog. Aha! No. My inspiration is dwindling again. Oh, wait a moment. Yes, I've got it. See the ancient pond. The green frog takes heart and leaps. Sound of the water. Oh, it's perfect. I show you, old fool, you've still got it. The leap of the frog, the parting water. By giving it room, the light overcoming the heavy. And thus my heart as well.
saw what you did for the poet. His poems are truly beautiful, but they arise from his pain. In darkest night that's black and cold, that's where the stars shine brightest. Did you know that, Jerry? That is why I had to break his heart. It always happens that way. But you know what it takes to make others happy. And now I'm going to help you. Look closely, Jerry.
I understand, but how can I do it? All right.
Come on, let's go back to Mousewood. Believe me, this world isn't for you. The other foxes here aren't as nice as me. Also, I want to find out whether someone tried to eat Uli's special treats, and whether Plato finally worked up the courage to speak to Anya.
Wow, how do you know all these things?
You'd be surprised about how much you notice when you change into a statue.
So it was you watching me. I knew there was something strange about those statues.
Yep.
What's the matter with her?
Do you know where we are?
Who are you? Ah,
What did you see? Do you understand it yet?
No.
I wrote a story for you. It might help you understand. Do not be afraid, but be on your guard.
You want me to read that story? What does all this mean?
That's what I'm trying to find out, Jerry.
The Marquis! Where are you?
Still in the magician's house. You learned the fox's spell? You did very well. Foxes are a bit of a tricky bunch, but they're also quite fascinating, don't you think so?
Yes, but what do I do next?
There is a cold tree in the northwest. To find it, you must seek out the treetops. Travelers who are able to walk between worlds are said to have settled there. The tree will lead you to the eternal ice, and that is where you will find your next spell.
Well, all right, but I would really like to go home for a bit. And soon, may I? Hello? Seems like you can't hear me.
Granny Mouse, George the Stag, and a mysterious place deep in the forest. It was early in the morning, and most of Mousewood's animals were still asleep. So if anyone had tried to gently wake them, telling them the sun was up and the birds were singing their morning songs, all they would probably have done was roll over, mumble, and sigh incomprehensibly, just like humans when they want to keep on dreaming. Some animals, though, were already awake, either because they enjoyed the silence when the forest itself still seemed asleep, or because they just couldn't sleep any longer. The latter applied to George the Stag. He'd struggled for days now to get a good night's rest. He always woke up early and couldn't get back to sleep afterwards. Sometimes he was so tired that he didn't even know if he was truly awake or still sleeping and dreaming. So George roamed the deep forest of Mousewood, where even animals who lived there could get lost on occasion. If someone had seen him, they wouldn't have got the impression he was tired at all, since stags have a natural tendency to look regal. If the mice and squirrels ever decided they needed a king, they would surely suggest a stag. A stag's antlers certainly look regal enough. But there was no need for a king. And even if there had been, George would probably just be a prince, since his antlers were still pretty short. The young stag, as drowsy as he was regal, continued his walk through the misty hills of Mousewood. He was in search of a clearing he had discovered a few days back and visited 3 mornings in a row. The strange thing was, the clearing wasn't easy to find. Every morning, it seemed to George, it was in a different place. The glade was as wide as a field. There was tall grass, and the murmur of a stream could be heard nearby, even though it wasn't visible through the reeds and dense bushes. Right in the middle of the glade, still wreathed in mist, stood a huge gnarled tree, with a thick trunk, grand roots that went for miles deep into the earth, and mighty branches towering high towards the sky. George found this tree different from other trees. He liked trees. In fact, George knew many of them, and this one was different. Probably because it grew in such isolation. This enormous tree didn't seem to have anybody for company. Maybe that was why he liked to be around it. George stood next to the tree and looked around the clearing. He wondered what the tree was thinking.
"You're an early bird, aren't you?"
a cawing voice asked. Startled and bewildered, George looked around, but he couldn't see anybody. Was it the tree talking to him? The answer flapped down to George from a branch up in the green treetop, landing just above his head on a stumpy branch. A coal-black raven, his feathers shimmering mysteriously more blue than black in the day's first sunlight. The bird fluffed up his feathers and made himself more comfortable.
"You've been here a couple of times now, haven't you?"
he cawed. George nodded. Sitting on his branch, tilting his head to the left, then to the right, the raven peered at him. His black eyes glinted despite the morning mist.
"The likes of you rarely venture here,"
the raven said, gazing across the glade. "This place isn't easy to find. It's as if it were constantly on the move. Yesterday it seemed to be somewhere different, the same the day before," said George. "But I was probably just too tired to find it."
"Quite the contrary. You found it because you were still dreaming a little," the raven said. "In their dreams, everybody knows how to find this place. Whoever sleeps will know the way."
"What do you mean?" asked George.
"Dreamers visit this place," replied the raven. "And sometimes they come here even though they're awake. Then two may sit here by the tree and look into each other's eyes. Sometimes a poet comes, or a badger with brush and easel to paint the tree. But they rarely recognize this place from their dreams, even though they've been here many times."
George half understood what the raven was telling him, but was utterly confused by the other half. Pondering, he pawed the ground with his front hoof. "And who are you?" he asked.
"The memory of everyone who leaves here is imprinted. A raven once came here. After he left, I remained as part of the tree's memory. It remembers many things, and its memory runs as deep as its roots, for it was the first tree. Without it, there would be no forest. Even when its time had passed, it remained intertwined with the forest. Now its roots not only grow to every part of the forest, but also reach into the realm of thoughts and dreams. It knows all the forest's secrets."
"But why is it remembering you right now?" George asked, looking at the glade again. There was no one else there, just the raven.
"Because I visited it once and sat beside it here in the foggy dew, just like you. So I crossed its mind. It's a wonderful morning, isn't it?"
asked the raven, eyes glinting. George nodded. The raven soared skywards again and disappeared in the green canopy. What was left of the morning mist glowed faintly on the meadows under the gentle touch of the sun's light. High above, The wind began to sing in the branches, while the trunk softly creaked. George decided to return to the more populated parts of Mousewood. The stag had the urge to talk to someone less enigmatic than the Black Raven, so he ran through the tall grass back to the forest. After a while he turned back, but the glade had vanished. Where it had been just moments before, the trees now formed dense ranks, and George wondered if the tree would remember him as well. It was still early, but Mrs. Mouse the mouse was already busy. The old lady was preparing breakfast for her grandchildren, who were visiting her. She had already been to the baker's, luckily bakers are early birds as well, and bought some rolls. So the breakfast table was already set when her grandchildren, Lars and Jess, came tumbling down the stairs surprisingly early. They scurried over to the table, still in their pyjamas. Mrs. Mouse would have loved to pinch their cheeks because they looked so adorable. Then she remembered how she had hated having her cheeks pinched when she was a child, so she spared her grandchildren. Instead, she put a big glass of milk for them each on the table and tousled their hair. "Well, you two," she said, "you're up early." Lars raised his glass with both hands and took a long swig of cold, fresh milk. His big brown eyes looked out from behind the glass. After a swig that size, he needed a while and took a deep breath before he could answer. "Yes," Lars said excitedly, "'cause we're going to sell lemonade outside." "Lemonade?" asked his granny. "Do you know how to make lemonade?" "I can make lemonade," Lars replied, even more excited now. "Drinking lemonade is what you're good at," said Jess, who was a bit older than Lars, as he buttered his roll and daubed it with jam. "But you don't know how to make it." "I do, with lemons," said Lars. After breakfast, Granny Mouse made a jug of her tasty lemonade and gave it to Lars and Jess to sell in glasses to passers-by. They'd been inspired by their good friend Humbert. Even though he was a bit of a know-all, they still had a good time with him. Lars carried a small empty box from Granny's garden to the forest track, while Jess followed with a bigger one. Side by side on chairs, the boxes made an excellent booth for selling lemonade. All that was missing was a sign telling potential customers what was for sale and how much it cost. "How much is a glass of lemonade anyway?" Lars asked. "It's not so much what we charge, but how much a thirsty customer is willing to pay," Jess replied like a true salesman, pacing up and down. "You mean they just give us as much as they like?" Lars asked, scratching his left ear. That wasn't what Jess meant, but he liked the idea anyway. "If we are that generous and let people just pay as much as they want, they may give us lots of money," he said, telling Lars what to write on the sign. Lars was good at writing, even though he hadn't started school yet. "Tasty lemonade. Price, customer's choice," is what the mice wrote on the sign, and then they waited for their first customer. From time to time, someone passed their booth with a friendly greeting, but no one wanted a glass of lemonade. Then Oswald the squirrel came along and was intrigued by the sign. "Just think about what you'd be willing to pay for a glass," Jess suggested. Oswald thought about it. After a while, he asked, "So I determine the cost?" "Yep," said Jess, already worried this would be too challenging and their first customer wouldn't enjoy thinking about the price of lemonade. Oswald ran off and climbed a tree some distance away. He briefly disappeared from sight, then reappeared on one of the trees nearby. He had a big, shiny acorn with him. "This one's perfect," Oswald said, polishing the acorn with the back of his paw so it shone even more. The young mice accepted Oswald's payment and poured him a glass of lemonade. He drank slowly, sip by sip. "Tasty," he said, returned the glass and took his leave. Lars and Jess put the shiny acorn on the counter and waited for more customers. Suddenly there was a suspicious rustling in the bushes, but the mice were concentrating on the path in front of them. the bush behind them said. Did you say something? Jess asked, but Lars shook his head. Psst, psst, the bush said, now louder. The brothers turned around, and a stag poked his head out of the shrubbery and grinned at them. George, Lars said happily. Hey, you two, what are you up to? George asked. We're trying to sell marmalade, Lars answered. Lemonade, not marmalade, Jess corrected his younger brother. Lemonade, Lars amended. Look, we got a nice shiny acorn for one glass. George took a closer look at the acorn. It was so shiny he could see his own reflection in it. But it's really not as valuable as a glass of tasty lemonade, Lars said. A little later on, Soft Steel the wood dwarf came by the booth, making no effort to wish the kids a good day. He was about to walk by without a word. Excuse me, George called after him. What is it? The wood dwarf asked, turning round. Do you like lemonade? The stag inquired. I certainly do, replied the dwarf, sceptically peering at the mice and the stag. And now I suppose you want me to pay. But you choose how much, Jess clarified. Pah! On top of all that I have to choose, the dwarf groaned, pulling a face and pretending to be bored. Maybe you'd like to carve something, George asked. He knew that dwarves were fine craftsmen who probably put all their sensitivity into their craft and hadn't much left over for other occasions. You want something carved? The dwarf asked the mice. Lars handed Soft Steel the shiny acorn, and the dwarf eyed the material. Then he pulled a knife from his belt pouch and asked, And what should I carve for you? Lars looked around. His eye fell on George, standing next to him, looking very regal. Lars whispered something to Jess that his brother seemed to think was a good idea. Carve us a George, Jess said. All right. Well, get yourself into a proper pose, the dwarf demanded. So George took up an even more regal pose, and Soft Steel began to carve. From time to time he looked up at George and then continued carving. Eventually he blew the shavings from the acorn's surface, took a critical look at his work, and then showed it to the mice. The dwarf had captured a good likeness of George on the shiny acorn. A fine work. Jess took the acorn and thanked the dwarf respectfully. My lemonade, Soft Steel said, pointing at the empty glass on the counter. He made no effort to make this sound like a request. The children poured him some lemonade, the dwarf gulped the glass down in one go and left. When he was sure that he was out of sight and earshot, however, Soft Steel smacked his lips loudly, since the lemonade had been truly delicious. Now we have a really valuable acorn, Lars cheered. Mrs. Mouse came out of her house to look for her grandchildren and was happy to see George with them. The kids showed her their new carving, and she immediately recognized George's image. Since he had had such a good idea, the stag was given the rest of the lemonade. Jess took the jug and poured it directly into his mouth, as stags rarely have their hands free. Another satisfied customer, George commented, licking his lips. And as a customer, I choose what I pay. So, why don't we go lantern rambling tonight? What do you think, Mrs. Mouse? Oh, I haven't done that for a long time, the old lady said, wondering if this wasn't a touch too adventurous. Then she said, As long as we take it slowly, my legs aren't what they used to be. Yay! Jess shouted. Hooray! Said Lars. George promised to pick the mice up at twilight. Lantern rambling is an old tradition in Mousewood. When the days get shorter, the forest dwellers light colourful paper lanterns with their children and go for an evening walk. After sunset, Lars and Jess put on warm coats and waited outside. Mrs. Mouse joined them and gave her grandchildren sticks to hang their lanterns on. The little ones could hardly wait for George to take them and their granny for a walk through the forest. Mrs. Mouse picked up the lanterns and unfolded them. Then she put candles inside and lit them. Lars got his first. It was shaped like the sun, with a jolly illuminated face. The flickering candle flame made the sun's smile curiously vivid. Then Granny Mouse hung Jess's lantern on its stick, a radiant crescent moon gazing dreamily into the night. The children held their lanterns carefully so the candles would burn brightly and steadily. "Okay, take good care of your lanterns," Mrs. Mouse said. "You can wait outside for George, but stay near the house." "Yes, Granny," Jess said. Mrs. Mouse returned to the kitchen to prepare dinner, since everybody was sure to be hungry after their walk. Outside, Lars and Jess waited with their lanterns for their friend. "George is certainly taking his time," said Lars, cautiously dangling his lantern. "Yeah, I hope he's all right," Jess replied. "Do you know where he lives?" Lars asked with a worried look. "Somewhere over there, I think," his brother said, pointing down the forest path which disappeared into the dusk. "We could go and meet him halfway." "But Granny said we should wait here," said Lars. "We'll go and meet him and come back to pick up Granny," Jess said. His little brother found that quite reasonable. So the two mice walked slowly down the track with their lanterns, till all one could see was a jolly sun and a dreamy moon dancing faintly in the trees. Shortly after, George the Stag arrived at Mrs. Mouse's house and knocked at the door. The grandmother greeted him warmly. "Good evening. Are you all ready?" she asked him, and took her warm coat from the hook by the door. "I'm ready," George replied. "Where are Lars and Jess?" asked Mrs. Mouse, buttoning her coat. She felt a little uneasy. "Why, they're not outside, if that's what you mean," George said, now sharing her unease. Mrs. Mouse ran outside and looked around. There was no sign of her grandchildren. "Where are they? They were out here a minute ago," she said, her voice shaking. The old lady desperately looked about for the children. George's stomach ached at the thought that Lars and Jess were out there in the dark on their own. "Come on, we've got to find them," George said, and knelt down to let Mrs. Mouse climb on his back. Granny Mouse wrapped her scarf around her neck and didn't hesitate for a second before climbing on the stag's back. "Hold on tight," George said. Then he got up and moved off into the darkness in search of the children. "Lars!" George shouted through the nocturnal forest. "Jess!" Mrs. Mouse shouted. But there was no answer to be heard, nor lantern to be seen. "Where are you?" their grandmother called as loud as she could. They came across some other animals, like Conrad the owl and a couple of polecats, but none of them had seen the kids. And so the stag ran through the woods with the grandmother mouse on his back, shouting their names in the dark. Fallen leaves whirled into the air behind them as the stag dashed through the dusky trees. Soon they'd covered a great deal of the neighbourhood, so the stag went into the deeper, less populated parts of the forest. But still there was no trace of the two mice. "Should we search somewhere else?" George asked, worried, scanning the shadows. "I don't know," Mrs. Mouse said in a low voice. Then something occurred to her. "Wait, I've just remembered where I used to sit with my husband," she said hopefully. "Where's that?" the stag asked. Mrs. Mouse tried to remember, and the stag wondered how the old lady planned to find the way in the dark. "Just go straight on," she said, as if she could see the place in front of her. So George went straight on. Suddenly they emerged from the trees in a glade, the same glade where George had talked to the raven that morning. The huge tree towered on the other side of the clearing, bathed in pale moonlight. George ran over to the tree. "This is where I used to sit with my husband, right under that tree when we were young. It's so long since I've been here." "George, can you see the little ones?" asked Mrs. Mouse with hope in her voice. "My eyesight isn't what it used to be. Is there someone there?" George peered over at the tree, and, Down at the bottom of the trunk, there was indeed somebody. He struggled to see who it was. Then he made out 2 figures, but not Jess and Lars. George didn't know if he could trust his eyes. Down in the shadows sat a young girl mouse and her boyfriend. They were holding hands and smiled shyly at him. The young mouse reminded him of the grandmother on his back. Next to the couple stood a stag, but George could only see his silhouette in the shadows cast by the silvery moonlight. Curiously, it felt like looking into a mirror. "The tree remembers us," he thought, reminded of the raven's words. "It's not the kids," he said quietly to the grandmother. "Then let's ask these nice people if they've seen my grandchildren," said Mrs. Mouse, wondering why George was so quiet. "Have you seen 2 children?" George asked aloud. The mice pointed to the right into the forest. The other stag paced around in the tree's shade, calling to someone up in the treetop. George couldn't hear what he said as he was too far away. A big bird descended from the high branches, flapping towards George and Mrs. Mouse. In the moonlight, George recognized the raven he had met that morning. "Follow me, will you?" called the raven, soaring over their heads in the direction the mice had pointed. Mrs. Mouse held on tight, and George trotted across the meadow to the glade's edge. The black raven flew between the trees, his silhouette merging with the forest's darkness. George followed him. When they were back in the woods, the raven disappeared. Instead, they saw a smiling sun and a sleepy moon floating between the trees, as if waiting for something. "Children!" Mrs. Mouse called from the stag's back. "Granny!" the children shouted, running towards them, but carefully so their lanterns wouldn't go out. "You were supposed to stay at the house," their grandmother said, with a mixture of anger and relief. The kids looked sheepish and apologized. "Where were you, anyway?" George asked, slightly out of breath due to all the running and yelling. "We were looking for you," Lars explained. "But it seems you were somewhere completely different." George and Mrs. Mouse and the kids made their way through the dark forest. After a while, they found the track leading to Granny Mouse's home. They didn't talk much on the way, as it had been an exhausting evening for all of them. Around them, the woods were so silent that all that could be heard was the soft rustling of leaves beneath their feet. Just before they reached the house, Lars' lantern went out with a faint fizzle. The jolly sun went dark. Shortly afterwards, Jess's sleepy moon also expired. George was relieved that the candles had lasted so long. Without their light, they wouldn't have been able to find the children so easily in the dark. When they reached the mice's house, George bade them farewell. The house was far too small for a stag, and he was also very tired. After saying goodbye, the mice had dinner and went to bed. When Lars and Jess had brushed their teeth and crawled under their warm blankets, Granny Mouse assured them that she wasn't angry any more. She was just happy to have them back, safe and sound. The children had to promise their grandmother not to run away again. Then she tucked them in and put the lights out. And shortly after, both little mice fell asleep. Their granny waited for a while, listening to Jess mumble in his sleep. He already seemed to be dreaming. The old lady went downstairs, and later, sitting in her armchair, she looked around her. On a cupboard stood pictures of her children and grandchildren. One showed a girl mouse and her husband. Next to them lay the shiny acorn carved with George's image. George was probably at home now, Mrs. Mouse thought, also probably recovering from a tiring evening. She greatly appreciated the stag's help in finding the little ones. And after a while, Mrs. Mouse fell asleep in her armchair. In every forest there is a tree. The first tree in the whole forest. So old it knows almost everything. with roots deep in every corner of the forest, even in the realm of our thoughts and dreams.
Oh, isn't that... Whoa! I feel this funny prickle.
Greetings of the light.
Yeah, same to you.
I say, you have a glorious pair of wings.
I do?
Please, forgive me for overlooking them earlier. Here we were, assuming that in this strange land that we call home now, no sentient winged beings existed beside ourselves.
Oh, I can feel the wings, but I think I'm just imagining them. Although the moth can see them too. So this is what it feels like to be Kitsuna. I wonder what her true shape is then, and what is she doing right now? Will I see her again soon?
You are carrying on a dialogue with yourself, native. Priestess Phosphora awaits you in the temple. She will derive great pleasure from greeting a native moth.
Okay, I'll just walk on through then, alright?
Just follow the path that is laid out for you, as do we.
It's really cold here. Oh, that must be Priestess Phosphora. What noise does a moth make anyway? Beautiful night tonight, isn't it?
My eye facets, do they deceive me? Is it a moth that goes there?
Yes. What else could it be?
Hespera let you in, but she is not in distress. The air tells me so. You must be a moth of goodwill.
Yes, I am. Phew. For a moment there, I was afraid the spell would only work on one moth at a time.
Whence do you come? You are not part of our circle. Moreover, your mask. You are not wearing it.
Nope, not yet. I'm from very far away.
We bid you welcome, but know that it is only hardship that still keeps us in this cold place.
A bundle of flax. A duster, perhaps. I think I'll borrow it. This pot contains some dirt, but no plant. Only a funny stone that someone... Oh, my mistake. This used to be a plant. Is that one of you?
It is an image of our High Priestess, Moonlight.
She looks very pretty, just like Moonlight.
She has always been like that. And she will be once again, as soon as she hatches.
How can you know that if she's still in her egg?
She comes and goes, just like the moonlight. We know her well, and her time will come again, soon.
Oh man, it's freezing up here. It's even snowing a bit. That's probably the reason why Plato's bike froze in the puddle down there. The cold seems to emanate directly from the tree. What? What's that over there?
That is the Grey Mountain, where the crows live and forage for nourishment.
this dump?
Wingless beings carried it here, and after the mountain came the crows and the flood.
Beings? Wait a minute. You mean humans dumped it all? I can smell it all the way over here.
The heavy fumes saturate the crows' feathers. Their beaks penetrate deeper and deeper into the mountain. Their words grow louder and empty.
You mean the crows are attacking Mousewood? Because this mountain of garbage is driving them crazy. Do you think the crows would leave if the garbage dump were no longer there? And the flood?
All the inhabitants of this wood together cannot move the mountain. I have been wondering for a long time who would be able to move entire mountains. Is there someone like that? Is there someone else who can see us? I rather hope not.
Why's that?
Because I cannot imagine a greater threat than someone who knows about all of this, and yet does nothing.
Another drop. Another drop. Now all I need is a container. I think that was it.
Hello, Jeremiah. You seem to be something of a night owl. I prefer to write at night. Writing seems to be a lot easier then. In my book, I've written down many a tale. Oh, I think I've got one that you might like. It's a story about a human like you visiting this forest. Would you like to hear it?
When the animals wanted to drive a stranger out of their woods, but found a friend instead. Spitzweg the marmot was a wanderer. His current journey was coming to an end, since just a few steps separated him from home. Just a few steps till he set foot in his beloved Mousewood again. Spitzweg had travelled far. He had seen the sea and the mountains. He had rafted rivers, taken trains, and met many animals, even making friends in places where people welcomed him in foreign languages. All this just proved him right, he thought to himself. A friendly fellow is welcome everywhere. Marmots, by the way, are small animals which are similar to mice or squirrels, but which are, in fact, marmots. Spitzweg turned to the dirt track he'd walked as a kid on the way to school. Today the track seemed so much narrower. The marmot was looking forward to putting his rucksack down and his feet up when he got home. But he was not quite there yet. Suddenly the ground beneath Spitzweg began to shake. At first the wanderer thought it was an earthquake, as he had experienced on his travels. Then he remembered there were no earthquakes in Mousewood. If the earth shook here, there was only one explanation. And indeed, suddenly about 20 wild boar crashed out of the dense undergrowth and stampeded past him, blazing a trail through the forest. At first glance it looked as though they did so recklessly, flattening everything in their path. A keener observer, however, could see they were extraordinarily careful and had a keen eye for their surroundings, even though they were en route to their favourite wallow. This became clear when one of the hogs noticed Spitzweg. He broke away from his fellow boars, ran a curve, and approached the wayfaring marmot at hog speed. Are my eyes playing tricks on me again? He grunted loudly. No, big fella, they aren't, Spitzweg said to the tusker. Spitzweg! He called and squealed so loudly one would have been forgiven for trembling in fear. Welcome home! This was music to Spitzweg's ears. Coming home always feels good, but it feels even better if someone welcomes you, especially if it's a good friend like Fiddler the boar. Fiddler was of impressive size, so impressive, in fact, that no one dared take his chances with this hulk of a hog. As a piglet, he had often been mocked, without the other children needing a particular reason. He was just a piglet, a pushover. But Spitzweg had looked after Fiddler, and so they had long been good friends. How are you? How was your journey? Asked the boar. Good, replied Spitzweg. So many stories to tell. But I'm heading home first. Sleep is the reward for staying up all day, and I think I'm going to collect my share. You should get some rest then, Fiddler grunted. Good to have you back. It's good to be back, said the marmot, amicably patting the boar's bristles and raising some dust. They walked some way down the path when a sudden noise startled them, a human noise. Spitzweg and his friends hid in the bushes at the wayside. Humans tend to get nervous if they come across wild hogs or marmots, and you never know what a nervous human will get up to. So animals prefer to keep some distance between them and humans, as at least the rarer specimens inevitably make humans extra nervous. The human roaming nearby, however, didn't seem one of the nervous kind. He was trying to whistle a tune. It wasn't quite clear what song it was supposed to be. Whistling obviously wasn't one of his strong points. The young man looked to the left and right as he passed the bushes where Spitzweg and Fiddler were hiding. Reminds me of my brother, Fiddler whispered. The hog didn't say this because of a physical resemblance, but because his whistling sounded very much like Fiddler's brother. Suddenly, out of the blue, a chestnut hit the young man on the back of the head. Hey, he said, looking around. But since there was no one to be seen, he thought the chestnut had just fallen from one of the trees. He didn't realize there were only beech trees growing around him, and very rarely do chestnuts drop from beech trees. Then, just as the young man wanted to stroll on, the beeches seemed eager to make some more exceptions. Pock, pock, pock! A volley of chestnuts and acorns hit him on the back and head. That started to make the human nervous. He tried to duck and dodge, but, clumsy as humans are, he staggered, fell full length on the ground, and lay there, out for the count. Pock! Another acorn hit him on the head. Give him a break, I think he's had enough, someone shouted from above. As the human was no longer something to be feared, and they wanted to know what was going on, Spitzweg and Fiddler left their hiding place. 3 young weasels climbed down the trunk of a beech tree and cautiously approached the unconscious man. All 3 had shoulder bags packed with chestnuts. From behind a nearby tree, Humbert the mouse also came out of hiding, his sister Tina clinging to his hand. His mother had once again made him babysit his little sister. He wasn't too keen on that, as he then had to take her into account when planning his adventures. "What are you up to, boys?" Spitzweg asked the weasels. "Who wants to know?" the tallest of the weasel boys asked. "My friend and I do," Fiddler grunted, growling and clawing the ground. This made an impression on the weasels. It even made them flinch. Little Humbert, however, seemed not so easily impressed. He faced Fiddler and the marmot. His sister wanted to befriend the brawny boar and tried to go over to him, but her brother kept a tight grip on her hand. "We just wanted to chase away that human," Humbert explained. "I see," Spitzweg said with arms folded. "He didn't get very far, did he?" He approached the human and put his hands on the man's body. He felt his chest rise and fall. He seemed all right, considering he'd been scared unconscious. He'd be back on his feet soon enough. "Humans don't belong in our woods," said one of the weasels. Spitzweg looked at him blankly. Humans don't belong here? He asked.
You know what humans are like, replied the weasel. They trample through our forest, disturbing the peace, said another weasel.
The third weasel nodded frantically in approval and said,
Right, they disturb the peace. They come here and think they can do as they please, the first weasel added. We must put a stop to it. We must finally put a stop to it. A stop to it,
said Humbert's little sister, smiling brightly at her new friend Fiddler, proud she had repeated the sentence so well, even though she didn't actually know what it meant. What exactly did that human do to you? Did he whistle too loudly? Spitzweg asked, as he couldn't stand it when someone was harassed, especially if they hadn't done anything wrong. Even if that someone was a roughly 6-foot-tall human who stumbled over his own feet and couldn't whistle properly.
Well, he hadn't done anything yet,
admitted one of the weasels.
Maybe not,
The second weasel intervened.
but only because we didn't give him the chance. 5 minutes later, he might have stomped through somebody's garden or grabbed your neighbour because he needed a warm hat for winter.
Right, the third weasel confirmed.
A hat. I've heard of humans doing such things,
Humbert said all-knowingly.
You know how humans are. Humans leave their litter wherever they go. They pick flowers and gather mushrooms from our clearings. And then they go home again. Right,
said all three weasels simultaneously. So you think all humans are like that? Asked Spitzweg.
Of course. It's always the same with them. I dare you to say otherwise, said one of the weasels belligerently. You're a cheeky chappy, aren't you?
Growled Fiddler, looking fiercely at the weasel. I'm sorry, the weasel whispered meekly. Tina giggled, as she found his fierce face quite amusing. You know, I've been to many places during the last couple of years. Up in the north, I was even attacked by an albino penguin. Believe me, it's not always the same with humans, said Spitzweg, pointing at the young man lying on the ground. If you think all humans are alike, you might as well say all mice are alike. He looked at Humbert.
Well, we may look similar, the young mouse admitted, but we're not all alike. My Uncle Henry, for example, he's different. He's a gardener and he talks to his ivy.
There you are, said the marmot. There certainly are humans who are gardeners, just like your uncle is. Some humans may on occasion disturb the peace and misbehave. But if somebody strolls through the forest whistling, that's no reason to chase him away. Whistling is not a crime.
Robins whistle too,
Humbert admitted. My brother whistles, Fiddler remembered.
The wind whistles when it blows through the hole in my wall,
one of the weasels said. The other two looked at him inquisitively.
Really, just like someone who was whistling, explained the weasel.
Whistling or not, yelled one of the other weasels, you can't compare humans to animals. They don't belong in the forest. They should stay where they belong. They should just leave us alone. You want the humans to leave us alone? Asked the marmot. If the humans knew you were throwing chestnuts at ramblers, you can imagine it wouldn't be peaceful here for very long. We don't like getting hit by chestnuts either, do we, boys? Added Fiddler the boar. Humans aren't all the same, apart from the fact they don't like being hit by chestnuts. And in that they're no different from us animals, Spitzweg said, and faced the young man. Just look at him. Doesn't he look peaceful? The animals fell silent. They listened to the humans breathing. Humans even benefit the forest, Spitzweg said calmly. They wander our woods and collect acorns, beechnuts and chestnuts. And when they dispose of the seeds, maybe a new tree grows there. A new forest could even grow in another place. Humbert, who was easily persuaded by scientific explanations, approved. Sounds reasonable, he said. As long as they don't do anything unfriendly, we can consider them our friends, Spitzweg concluded. The weasels liked the idea of having a giant as a friend, so they had a pretty bad conscience for treating the man so harshly, even though they would never have admitted it. They put down their chestnut-filled shoulder bags. One of them cautiously walked over to the unconscious human and put a chestnut into one of his jacket pockets, as a sign of friendship, and in the hope that the human would throw it away where the humans lived, where there weren't so many lovely trees as in Mousewood. The human started mumbling and sighing in his sleep. The animals couldn't quite get what he was saying, but it sounded something like, "Where's the deck of cards?" The weasels looked at Spitzweg as they believed he knew what the human was talking about. But the marmot just shrugged. Humbert's little sister let go of her brother's hand and ran over to the slumbering visitor. "Tired?" she asked, and touched the huge human's nose with her small paw. That seemed to tickle the unconscious man. He suddenly started moving. Humbert took his sister's hand, and the animals swiftly retreated to the bushes at the roadside. From there they watched the man regain consciousness. He smacked his lips, scratched his nose, and opened his eyes. "Look, he's awake. Can you see him looking around?" Spitzweg asked the youngsters. "Yes," said Humbert, watching excitedly, as the human first supported himself with his hands and then struggled to his feet and stretched to full size again. What imposing creatures those humans were! Of course you had to be careful with them, since they could possibly become erratic. But watching a wild human was truly a unique experience. The young man got up and dusted himself down. He wondered what had happened and why he'd woken up on the ground. Finally, he accepted the idea he had tripped over, the thought that clearly embarrassed him. He looked around to make sure no one had witnessed his misfortune. But there were no humans or animals to be seen. So he relaxed and started whistling again. Just as he was about to walk on, he discovered something in his pocket. "Look, he's found my chestnut," one of the weasels said. "And he's looking at it very closely. He seems to like it, doesn't he?" one of the other weasels commented. The human turned the chestnut over in his palm and obviously found it a lovely chestnut. He put it back in his pocket and took it along with him. Then the animal's new friend wandered off down the forest track, whistling. The animals watched him disappear, and little Tina waved to him. "Goodbye," she said. "How come you know so much about humans?" one of the weasels asked Spitzweg. "I've learned many things about them on my journeys," he answered. "But I've also seen a lot of animals that would seem strange to most people in Mousewood." "Have you seen a tapir?" one of the weasels wanted to know. "Indeed, I saw one in a park in the city," Spitzweg replied. "They've got stripes, haven't they?" another weasel inquired. "The tapir I met didn't have any stripes," Spitzweg said. "I always thought tapirs had stripes, at least 2 or 3 on their backs," the weasel said, pondering. "There may be tapirs with stripes. It's possible," the wayfaring marmot admitted. "I had stripes when I was little," Fiddler the Boar said. "Uncle Henry has stripes too," added Humbert. Then he bade the others goodbye, as he had to take his little sister home. It was already past noon, and both had to be back for lunch. Little Tina said goodbye to the large boar and walked off with her brother. A few quick goodbyes later, the weasels left as well. All 3 of them were still a bit upset, having been taught a lesson by the marmot and his brawny friend. But in the end, the marmot was right. "Sleep is the reward for staying up all day, and I think I'm going to collect my share," Spitzweg said again to his friend the boar. "Then go and get your well-earned rest," grunted his tusky friend. They walked to the marmot's home near Buttercup Meadows and agreed to meet later that evening and enjoy some pints of blue juice. Because blue juice was unique to Mousewood. Spitzweg unlocked the door and stepped into his shady house, the home he had been so far away from for so long. Finally, the marmot could leave his heavy rucksack on the floor and fall onto his cosy couch. The young man, meanwhile, had reached his family's house and was about to let himself in. Then he remembered the chestnut in his pocket. The human looked at the shiny red-brown chestnut from Mousewood. Not knowing what else to do with it, he tossed it into one of the flower beds in the garden. Maybe he had a hunch that that was just the right place for it.
What a wonderful night. Have I told you how much I love the night? Oh, hello, Jeremiah. Out and about so late. Shouldn't you be home tucked up in bed by now? I prefer to collect my stories at night. And I've only just finished this one. I think it is the last story in my Mousewood book. Would you like to hear it?
Last but not least, a wizard proven right, and a badger finishes his work. Ludwig Mole sat at his new desk, looking through his thick spectacles at the letter he had written so very carefully. He'd reread the lines several times now, just as carefully as he had written them, to make sure he hadn't misspelt anything. The mole was no seasoned writer. Back in the old days he had occasionally written his wife long letters. That was many years ago, but his wife still saw the bold writer of days long gone in him, so she took every opportunity to remind her husband of his talents. She had a soft spot for talented animals. That's why she was also the head of the Mousewood Art Society, organizing exhibitions and readings every second Thursday, featuring paintings and poems by Mousewood's resident artists. If there was an exhibition or reading scheduled, letters had to be sent to all members of the society, and Ludwig had to write those letters. Admittedly, his new desk did make the work actually more convenient. This letter, however, was especially important. Ludwig got up from his chair, took the letter and walked over to the massive wooden door leading from his study to the hallway. If he had employed a secretary, this is where she would have sat, typing on her typewriter. But Ludwig didn't have a secretary. What he did have, however, was a kind neighbour who helped him write the letters. Nicholas the lizard sat in the hallway, his slouch hat in his hands. As Ludwig entered, Nicholas rose, straightening his jacket. "G'day," Nicholas said. "My wife asked you to assist me, didn't she?" Ludwig asked, squinting because the lizard was too slim to be seen properly by a mole. "She certainly did." "Jolly good. Well, here's the text," Ludwig said, offering the sheet of paper to the hat stand, which did have a slight resemblance to Nicholas. The lizard shuffled over to the mole, took the sheet from his hands and looked at it. Then Mrs. Mole came in, happy to find Nicholas and her Ludwig getting along. She liked companionable animals. "Ludwig, have you written the letter?" she asked. She saw the sheet of paper and yanked it out of the lizard's hands, since she was in a hurry. "Splendid, Ludwig," she called out, skimming through the text before giving Nicholas the letter back. Then she pushed both men through the door into the study and said, "Now the two of you copy this text till we have enough letters, one for every resident of Mousewood. Hurry up, and please, in your best handwriting." Then she closed the door. The lizard and the mole started to write the invitations. 2 days later, a postman came by to pick up the letters and take them to the post office. As a tired Nicholas and an overwrought Ludwig handed him the bundle, he could have sworn both of them had been close friends for years and years. In fact, it had only been 2 days. The following Thursday, the beaver, head of the post office beside the stream, was sorting parcels by address and addressee at his huge sorting desk. The water wheel clattered as the rivulet made its babbling way downstream, when suddenly the post office door opened and the wizard entered. As he crossed the old wooden floor, one couldn't be sure if it was the wood or the old man's bones that were creaking. As usual, the wizard had come to bother the beaver with the same question he'd been asking for weeks. The old man cleared his throat. "Excuse me, Master Beaver, but is there any post for me?" he asked politely. The beaver stared at the wizard in disbelief. For an instant he thought it was just the wizard's strange sense of humour. Then he considered the possibility that the wizard himself could have gone a bit strange due to his incredible age. He looked into the wizard's eyes, wondering how old he might be. "Master Beaver?" the wizard said, not sure if he had already asked for his post or not. Not because he was old and forgetful, but because the beaver hadn't responded. "As I've already told you, we deliver post directly to your home, and nothing has been forgotten," the beaver reassured him. And if he'd been taller, he might even have patted the old man on the back to comfort him. "There is definitely post for me," the wizard said with conviction. "Haven't we discussed this already?" asked the beaver. Since it was too complicated to explain why he hadn't actually been mistaken, not even the first time, the wizard didn't waste time explaining. But he didn't give in either. "Listen. All the residents of Mousewood have had post in recent days. Each and every one. Only my letter seems to be missing," said the wizard. "I delivered my own post just yesterday," the beaver said, "but I haven't had time to read it yet. You should maybe check your post box thoroughly. You may find your letter." Slowly but surely the wizard was getting impatient. He had already checked his own post box to such a degree he was worried he had overdone it. So the bearded man opened the wooden case he carried on his shoulder and took out his magic wand. In fact, a real wizard doesn't need a wand to cast spells, but by using his wand he could demonstrate to the beaver there was magic involved. Silence and focus were now essential. The wizard waved his wand. Magic sparks zapped through the air, glistening in iridescent colours. The wizard then murmured magic words in a language long forgotten. Roughly translated, it meant, "Watch out! There is magic about to happen, and you never know with magic, so don't complain or anything." Then he pointed the wand into the room, and a short burst of lightning shot out of the tip and, with a sizzle, hit the cupboard on the wall by the sorting desk. This literally breathed life into the cupboard, and it started to lumber towards the wizard and the beaver on short wooden legs. The wizard seemed even more startled than the beaver. Luckily, the march of the furniture came to a halt a moment later. By the wall, where the massive cupboard had until that moment stood, lay a letter on the floor. It must have fallen off the desk. The beaver picked up the envelope and read the address. To the wizard, Mousewood. The old man opened the envelope and skimmed the contents. "Dear friends and neighbours, the Mousewood Art Society is happy to invite you to a very special occasion. Next Thursday, one of Mousewood's great artists will exhibit his paintings to the public for the first time. These works, created over recent years, depict the forest and its residents in the most diverse situations and circumstances. You may even discover yourself in the paintings of this extraordinary artist, and you will certainly see the forest from a new perspective. We look forward to welcoming you next Thursday at Marigold Meadows. Best wishes, the Mousewood Art Society." The wizard gave the letter back to the beaver. The latter pondered a while, since he wasn't sure if he was allowed to read it. After all, it wasn't addressed to him. Deep down, of course, the beaver knew one shouldn't read foreign post. But since this letter was addressed to all residents of Mousewood, and his own letter waited unread at home, and it was okay with the wizard, he read it anyway. "That's today, isn't it?" said the beaver. "Right now, to be precise," replied the wizard. "Can we make it in time?" asked the beaver. The wizard's eyes flashed. They flashed with the same magic that had moved the cupboard, and was now, with a bit of luck and focus, to get them to Marigold Meadows in time. "We can," the wizard said confidently. The beaver and the wizard left the post office, and after the beaver had locked the door, the wizard lifted him onto his shoulders. Then the old man focused intensely, channeling magic powers. He hadn't done that in quite a while, so he wasn't sure if it would work. But then it happened. The wizard was no longer standing on solid ground, but instead floating a good 5 inches above it. The beaver hung on tight to the wizard's collar as the old man accelerated, going faster and faster until he was racing at high speed along the dusty tracks leading to Mousewood, with the beaver still clinging to his shoulder. It was quite a sight. The wizard stood upright and unmoving, yet gliding fast, raising clouds of dust behind him as his white beard fluttered in the wind. As the wizard and the beaver headed towards Mousewood, they flew over a small animal with a bushy auburn tail and beady black eyes as it popped out of the bushes. It was Edward the squirrel. Edward had gone missing a few days previously during a practice session of popping out from behind something. The squirrel had used the time to think about his life, acorns and nuts. Seeing him, the wizard broke his stride, swaying in mid-air like a buoy in a choppy sea. "Edward, what are you still doing here?" the beaver asked the squirrel from the wizard's shoulder. "Why, hello," Edward said. "Have I missed something?" "We're in a hurry," the wizard said, "and you are invited." As he spoke, the old man tapped the wooden case strapped to his right side with his left hand. Edward needed no further explanation. Swiftly he climbed up the wizard's leg, leapt onto the wooden case, and held tight to the leather straps. The wizard went back a few paces and then took off over the forest track again at high speed. "I don't think this is going to work," shouted Rushlight. He was en route with his old friend Mr. Brown on a cart borrowed from the Badgers. Rushlight was pedalling the bicycle, propelling the cart as hard as he could, but it wasn't moving. "We're running late," Mr. Brown called out, sitting back on the cart holding on to his fedora. "We should probably call for help." "There's no one around for miles," Rushlight said, exhausted. "Then we've got to call some attention to ourselves," Mr. Brown said, and yelled, "Hello? Anybody out there?" There was no answer, but suddenly a strong wind blew up, taking Mr. Brown's hat along in the process and leaving it somewhere up in the branches. The chubby mouse wistfully watched his headpiece disappear. "My apologies," the wind said from some distance away. Then it turned and approached the mice in a wide curve. As it got closer, it took on the shape of an elderly wizard. An elderly wizard floating along with a beaver on his shoulder and a squirrel at his side. At this sight, Mr. Brown put his paw to the spot where his hat had just been. The wizard looked up and hovered straight to the treetops, slowly spinning. He collected Mr. Brown's fedora from between the branches and then descended slowly to the ground. "Here you are," the wizard said, handing Mr. Brown his hat. "Much appreciated," Mr. Brown replied. "Are you going to the exhibition?" he asked, pointing at the wizard's case. One corner of the envelope was poking out, enough to give Mr. Brown a clue as to where they were heading. "Indeed we are. You, however, seem to be suffering some difficulties and are now worried you may be late, I assume," the wizard said, pointing to the cart stuck in the muddy forest earth. Stuck deep enough to tell the wizard Mr. Brown and Rushlight needed help. Unlike Mr. Brown, the wizard usually needed more than just one clue to solve problems the classical way, in other words, without magic. In this case, though, he was right first time. "Your assumption is correct," Mr. Brown answered. "Well, you're welcome to travel with us," the wizard offered. "We still have some room." He lifted Mr. Brown onto his right shoulder and helped Rushlight to climb up the wooden case. The brawny mouse greeted Edward with a firm handshake. "Name's Rushlight," he said. "Good day," replied Edward. The wizard accelerated again, and, together with the post office beaver, Edward, Mr. Brown, and Rushlight, he floated on to Marigold Meadows. There are so many animals in Mousewood that a mighty wizard wanting to attend an exhibition has to expect to give some of them a lift. A great many animals had already gathered at Marigold Meadows, excitedly waiting for the Art Society exhibition. On the grass stood dozens of easels, still covered in white linen to make the grand opening even more exciting. Dressed in an elegant black suit, Mr. Ludwig Mole nervously checked his pocket watch. Only a few more minutes until he was supposed to hold the opening speech. It was only a few lines long, but he had practiced it several times nonetheless. With a speech only a couple of lines long, it would be especially embarrassing to fluff or forget something. Ludwig looked around, somewhat disoriented. "Nicholas?" he asked, tapping the shoulder of a guest next to him. This was in fact Plato the Frog, who at least resembled Nicholas in terms of colour. To Ludwig, Plato, however, was an amorphous shade, while Nicholas was more of a blurred, slender line. "Yes?" said Plato. The frog was just talking to Jonas the otter about a song he'd heard recently. "Oh, you're not Nicholas, no," Ludwig concluded in confusion. "He's right over there," Jonas said. "Nicholas!" he shouted, beckoning to his fellow musician. The lizard walked over. Jonas pointed to the mole and then continued his conversation with Plato. "Showtime, I think?" Nicholas asked his friend Ludwig. "Ah, there you are. Yes, we're about to start," Ludwig replied, calmly, now that his good friend was there. "Break a leg," Nicholas said, slapping the mole on the back. Ludwig took a deep breath and started walking through the audience. On the way, he accidentally bumped into one of the wood dwarves, who was talking to Peter the badger and his wife. "Oi, watch it," said Logger the wood dwarf. "I'm sure it was an accident," said the badger lady, trying to calm him down. "Accident? Pah!" commented Steinberg. Ludwig was far too busy to notice what was going on around him. He eventually reached the podium and took off his glasses, polishing them with a handkerchief. Then he gave the audience time to quieten down and prepare for the speech. Soon the animals and a wood sprite fell silent in anticipation. Ludwig's wife was in the front row, quietly applauding to reassure her husband. "Dear guests, it is a great pleasure to welcome all of you tonight here at Marigold Meadows," Ludwig began, but was immediately interrupted by the muffled boom of approaching thunder. The guests turned in the direction the sound was coming from. In a cloud of dust and leaves, the wizard appeared from the forest, coming to an abrupt landing right in front of the astonished visitors. As the dust settled, he set down the beaver, Mr. Brown, Rushlight, and Edward the squirrel. At once Edward ran to his friends Oswald and Edgar, who had arrived half an hour before. The others joined the animals in the audience, and, as the excitement wore off, Ludwig continued. "The Mousewood Art Society proudly and for the first time presents the work of an artist, a resident of Mousewood like all of us here. His paintings, completed over recent years, depict the forest from various points of view, and of course the perspective of the artist himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare the exhibition open."
Did you like my story? I often find strange things between the worlds, fragments of stories long forgotten, lost beginnings and lost endings. Perhaps there's something you have forgotten. Maybe I can find what you have lost.
You have found all the dewdrops. A picture is forming. The column reveals its secret.
It's a boy, about my age, and the teacher.
There was someone before you.
Before me? What? Who is that?
It is he who was banished, the last apprentice of the Marquis de Hoto.
What? Hello?
Your teacher must not find out about this. Not yet.
What does it mean? Hello? Mr. Old Magician? No reply. Why was the picture of the Marquis's apprentice banished from the room? And why the last one? I'm the last one, at least right now. Another one of those stickers. Another one of those stickers. Another one of those stickers. A sticker.
Now, once again, I've lost the thread of my contemplations.
Pardon me?
Conrad can't focus when there's such
Could you
a ruckus
please
going
play
on.
outside with Ursula?
Yeah, sure. What does she like to play?
Can't you guess, Nestling? She loves to play hide and seek.
I told Ursula that she should only play within the town walls because of the crows, and at night she needs to sleep.
Got it.
Ooh, finally, I can work in peace.
Then close your eyes and count to 10, youngster.
Will you be able to find Ursula 4 times?
Ursula! Gotcha! She's gone! What a cutie! Ursula! Found you again. She's gone. Where could she be hiding this time? Ursula! There you are. She's gone. Where could she be hiding this time? Ursula! Gotcha! That was the 4th time. Oh, what have you got there? A card? Did you find that in the bushes? I think she's headed back to the town hall. What a cutie. Just dusty old papers. Rather boring paperwork. Old, but boring. What's that? Another card. Now what? I'll toss this end of the shoelace through the window. And it's turning to the left. Cool. So this is how you make blue juice. Nah, it's standing still. I probably shouldn't touch it. And now? An interesting thought. I just hope this won't backfire, or the dwarves may lock me up in a tunnel after all. I'd say that worked pretty well. Fits. No. That doesn't need to be brushed. Now, if I sit on this and then cut the rope, bad idea. A mug full of thick, sweet syrup. Now I've got a sticky brush. No. Right, the branch is sticky now. That doesn't need sticky syrup on it. Great! My spider sense is tingling. Now I just have to adjust the branch and then some of those little paratroopers will hopefully land in my net. Whoa! The shoelace broke. So much for my nice grappling hook. I got myself a dandelion parachute. Well, out with the dried up thing and in with the new seed. Now grow and prosper. Nothing's happening. Isn't this a special flower pot?
It is purer than most, but not a magic pot.
But is the seed still going to sprout in time?
Your intent to help us has already brought warmth to this place, but not enough to awaken this seed from its slumber in good time.
If I were a dandelion seed, I wouldn't want to take root here either. It's working! Watch it grow. It's working? Hooray! Party?
Indeed, you succeeded. You caused the withered soil to bear the fruit that we need to survive. Jeremiah, you truly are the magic moth that we had envisioned.
Well, actually, I'm...
No matter how strange you may appear.
What? Thanks, but...
You seek the portal. We once entered this world through that rift. The world you are going to find there, the one we left behind us, is terribly cold.
But I didn't bring my code.
The power of our unhatched high priestess will protect you, just as it protects us on our journeys. It appears to be our fate to travel on, and it also seems to be yours. By the time you return from the cold, you will find this world changed. I can sense that destiny is drawing closer. If you are still looking for something in this world, as you know it, do not enter the portal just yet. Will you pass through the rift now?
Yes, I'm ready. I've got everything I need.
Travel onwards, then.
See you later. Thanks.
Perhaps he will soar higher than anyone else. Then not even fire will singe his wings. But first he will take a deep fall, and no one will be there to aid him.
Ah! Where am I now? It's freezing. Hey, wait a minute. I'm not the least bit cold, and I've still got my wings. The moss protection seems to work. Not a nice place for a hike. I bet there are wolves around, and ice witches, and... now I am cold after all. Hey, what is that thing? Just dig a little further. Oh, it's a statue. I wonder how long it's been stuck in the snow. first statue that actually wants to talk to me. What kind of god are you then? I don't mean to be rude, but are you sure you aren't just a statue? Whoa! Where am I anyway? I need to move on, you know. The portal closed behind me. I really hope the moss protective spell won't fail, or I could freeze to death here.
I could swear I just saw a boy on that slope. A young boy with wings. Oh, great. Now I'm completely losing my mind.
The thing appears to be broken.
Okay, you're only imagining the boy. That's just your hormones playing tricks on you, telling you it's time to have children. Do I even hear what I'm saying sometimes? Doesn't seem to be working, huh?
It says that under extreme weather conditions, electrical power supply cannot be guaranteed. That probably means that it doesn't work when it gets too cold.
I'd already gotten that far.
This is scary. A frozen, barren shrub. Seems to be all that grows here. Looks like it was hit by lightning more than once. The water looks like it would freeze anything that touched it.
Come on now, do your thing! It is Christmas, darn!
On the crate it says, Project Polar Way. Top secret research materials. I'm going to take one of the strings of lights.
In my thesis, it all sounded so convincing. Attract an almost extinct species with lights, and now I've been freezing my butt off for weeks and nothing works. Darn it!
It doesn't light up. I think the battery is out of juice.
I will explore the Antarctic and find the polar whale, and everything will be fine so I get to be home for the holidays. No worries. Do I even hear what I'm saying sometimes?
No. May I disturb you for a moment?
Oh, great. Not only am I talking to myself, but now I'm also beginning to hallucinate.
But I'm not a hallucination. I'm Jerry Hazelnut.
Hazelnut? Of course. I am definitely losing my mind.
What are you doing here, all by yourself, in the middle of nowhere?
What do you think? I'm wasting my time. I've been waiting for the polar whale for weeks, but it's no wonder I can't find it. My equipment broke down, and today is Christmas Eve, and I promised to call home. Darn it.
I know how it feels when you have something incredibly important to do before you get to go home.
The boy with the wings and the top hat seems to understand. Good thing my radio isn't working if I tell this to anyone.
Can I be of assistance in some way?
Can you fly me home?
I don't think so. These wings aren't real, you know.
Yes, that's what I thought.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll be on my way then.
All right. I hope hallucinations don't get cold. You're not even wearing a jacket.
No, I'm under the protection of the moths.
Oh, of course. I should have known. Play cards with the ghost boy. I think my hallucinations have reached their peak.
A new game, a new chance. Opponent asks for a card.
Next time.
Draw a card. Choose a card.
Let's see. I'm sure you've got this card.
Well
Come on now, do your thing.
Let's see what card you've got there. This card. I bet you've got it.
Let me talk to
Yes,
her.
I did that on purpose.
Promised.
Draw a card.
It is Christmas,
Opponent's
darn!
turn. Opponent asks for a card. Opponent asks for a card.
Next time.
Oh, rats!
Draw a card. It's your turn.
I'm sure you've got this card. Very well. Let's see. I'm sure you've got this card.
Excellent.
Let's see what card you've got there. This card. I bet you've got
Come
it.
on now, do your thing.
Bonus.
Bonus?
Draw a card. Opponent's turn. Opponent asks for a card.
Let me talk to her. I promised.
Opponent asks for a card.
Next
It's
time.
Christmas, darn!
Draw a card. It's your turn.
Oh, rats!
This card. I bet you've got it.
Excellent.
Let's see. This card. I bet you've got it. I was so sure that would work.
Draw a card.
Got a quartet.
Opponent's turn. Opponent asks for a card.
Almost.
Draw a card. Choose a card.
Come
This
on
card.
now, do your
I bet
thing.
you've got it. Haha. Let's see what card you've got there. This card.
Let me
I
talk
bet
to
you've
her.
got it.
I promised.
Excellent.
It is
Let's see what
Christmas,
card you've got
darn!
there. I'm sure you've got this card.
Excellent.
Oh,
Got a
rats.
quartet. Let's see what card you've got there. This card. I bet you've got it. I was so sure that would work.
Draw a card. Opponent's turn. Opponent asks for a card. Opponent asks for a card. Opponent asks for a card.
Oh no.
I will explore the Antarctic and find the polar
Opponent
bear, and
asks
everything will
for
be
a
fine,
card.
so I get to be home for the holidays. No worries.
Opponent asks for a card.
Doesn't seem to be working, huh?
Opponent asks for a card.
Next time.
Draw a card. It's your turn.
I'm sure you've got this card.
Excellent.
And another quartet. Let's see. I'm sure you've got this card.
Excellent. Quartet. That's it.
I win.
Even in my own delusions, I can't do anything right. I will explore the Antarctic and find the polar whale, and everything will be fine so I get to be home for the holidays. No worries. Do I even hear what I'm saying sometimes? Doesn't seem to be working, huh?
Now it almost looks like a Christmas tree.
I knew it! You're my guilty conscience, right? I do realize it was a mistake to work over the holidays. Those horrible old dirtbags from the university. It's all their fault.
Now what? It's plugged in. So far, so good. What kind of god are you then? Are you sure you... Oh! The lights on the Christmas tree are glowing! The lightning bolts must have reloaded the battery. You know, I think you're more than just a statue after all. Thank you.
Hello, Alice? Is that you?
Marie! My goodness. It's so good to hear your voice. I'm so sorry that I can't be with you.
Oh, Alice, listen. The whole family is here with me, and they're all just happy to know you're alive and well. Me too.
But I promised.
Hey, remember those words? Hope is like a candle, a light in the window.
It guides the heart on its way home.
Exactly. I know it's not easy right now, but at least you've still got hope, right?
You always know how to cheer me up.
That's what I'm here for.
Marie, the whale, it's here. What should I do?
Take a picture, you dummy.
The song! He will open the portal for me. He says, I already learned everything there is to learn here. Yes, I think I know how the next spell works. Hope, light, in the dark. That was the full spell. I wonder if I can go home now.
You came back from the cold. You no longer require Moonlight's protection against that. But she cannot protect you from this ring.
But that's the Marquis de Hoto.
Marquis de Hoto. Marquis de Hoto. In the world from whence we came, he has a different name.
The Cold One.
He was willing to let us freeze to death.
But ladies, there must be some misunderstanding. Some ridiculous misunderstanding.
Quiet!
Which indeed, we have no time to explain.
Quiet! We shall move on, and you cannot stop us.
Go ahead.
You take the lead, Hespera. Jerry, you are a moth, even if one cannot always see your wings. You saw to it that we have enough nourishment to raise our High Priestess in a safe place. Look into my eyes. He is going to betray your trust. With the first promise the Cold One breaks, an abyss will open.
The Cold One? But you don't even know me. Jerry, these moths don't know me.
Why did the moths say that I shouldn't trust you?
That was nonsense. Insulting nonsense. Jerry, trust me. We really haven't got much time. You learned your 4 spells. And now your greatest test awaits you.
Yet another test.
Jerry, I cannot grasp it all myself yet, but there is great danger brewing.
Yes, I know now where the crows come from. We could help Mousewood.
Mousewood? There's more than that at stake. Much more.
I want to go home, just for a bit.
What?
I want to go home.
Jerry, you cannot go home now.
But you said that I could return home soon.
If we keep wasting our time, then... No, that was the last nail.
Oh no!
You must break the spell. You alone can stop him. Apprentice magician.
Oh no! He left me all alone. I want to go home. I'm big again. I'm back home. Ah, that's the leaf the Marquis left behind. Luckily. Oh man. But what happened here? What? Who would dump old refrigerators in our woods? And where's the sleeping toad? The portal to Mousewood is still open a crack. Did I use it wrong? If only the Marquis were here to help me. What happened here? I feel ill. Oh no. No. What happened here? That's me. Desperately seeking Jeremiah Hazelnut. Missing for 8 months. Missing for 8 months? Oh no. The city looks like a huge grey wave rolling towards me, but my school is still there. The tree, but it's always been here. Now it's just gone. The owl's wall's still here. Construction site? But we live here. The little statues are also still here. What happened here, dwarf? What happened here, dwarf? Well, hi. He promised I would be back in time. The Marquis. He said I would be back in time.
Where have you gone, my little darling? Forgive me. I have to go. I can't stay here without you. Forgive me, please. And don't forget me.
Mom.
Don't forget me, my darling, darling son.
Promise. I've had it with everything.
On a day in summer vacation, anything is possible.
Where have you gone, my little darling?
Don't worry, Jerry. Everything which is lost will turn up again.
In darkest night that's black and cold, that's where the stars shine brightest. Did you know that, Jerry?
Jerry! Wake up, sleepyhead!
Like I always say, a single hop is not that hard, and many hops in a row can get you anywhere. But we could use my bike as well. You must break the spell. You alone can stop him.
I will be back in time for dinner, Mum. I promise. Anything's possible in a day on summer vacation, and I've still got 2 days left. I have to go back to Mousewood. I'm sure the old magician will know what to do. The portal to Mousewood is still open a crack. Let's see. I am Jerry Hazelnut, apprentice to the Marquis de Hoto. I will return to Mousewood to correct what has gone wrong. Whatever that might be. It worked! Oh man, no wonder the Marquis always talks so funny. You can open portals that way.
Jerry! So you really are a tree walker. The stories are true. I knew you were special.
I'm just a boy.
Jerry, we need your help. Nearly everyone in Mousewood has fallen into a deep sleep. It happened after they talked to those odd strangers.
Strangers?
At first I thought they were humans, but those were probably masks.
I met them too.
The old magician from the edge of town locked one of them up in a magic bottle, but a few others are still roaming around Mousewood.
Where's the old magician now? I have to talk to him.
He went home to fetch more of his bottles, but now he's disappeared as well.
Don't worry, I'll look for him.
Be careful, Jerry, or else the strangers will put you to sleep too. Be Be alert.
You too, Plato.
I'll go look for Anya. I hope she's well.
The great Zaroff experienced the greatest illusionist of our time. Funny, I could swear the posters weren't here before.
No. I'll happily hand over my garden.
Are you sure? Yes, you are. I see it in your eyes. You are quite sure of your decision, and you won't regret it. My elixir is the solution for every problem this town may have. I will now relieve you of one of yours. A burden of having your own garden. It no longer rests upon your shoulders.
Well, give me the bottle then.
A bottle for the hair. The price, well, it matters not.
Oh.
Come closer.
Another. Give me another. There's still unhappiness in my life. So much bad luck. Take it away.
The hare just sold his garden. Something's not right here. Excuse me, but...
Beat it. I was here first.
Did you really just sell your garden for a bottle of lucky elixir?
A reasonable price to ease the pain and unhappiness.
Pain and unhappiness? Why would his garden make him unhappy?
Are you blind? Haven't you seen the posters? What good is my garden or anything else if I don't get to see the great illusionist? The great Zaroff. But I didn't get a ticket. What a disaster! And where is the show being held anyway?
I was wondering that too.
Don't you often wish that someone had a cure for it? We have arrived. We will be the solution. Haven't you ever felt unfulfilled? I have a medicine for that. This wonder elixir spreads from your nose to your whole body. After just a few bottles, you will notice how luck has turned in your favor. Take a whiff today, and we will change your tomorrow. Come closer, little boy. I'm sure you're itching to see the great Zaroff too, you illusionist.
Maybe, maybe not.
And the pain of not knowing how is eating you up.
Not really.
What? The spell doesn't work on you. Then get out of here before I swallow you whole, human child.
I'm not afraid of you, you masked buffoon.
Beat it. I was here first.
Every bottle has its price.
I don't care.
Are you sure? Yes, you are. I see it in your eyes. You are quite sure of your decision, and you won't regret it. My elixir is the solution for every problem this town may have. I will now relieve you of one of yours.
Well, give me the bottle then.
A bottle for the hair.
Oh.
That can't possibly be healthy.
Beat it.
He's asleep.
Zara.
He was a good customer.
You want to get past me? Never, unless you give me your ticket for the Great Zaroff show.
I don't have one.
Well, then go away. Conrad got one, so I want one too. But Conrad already sold all the nuts, all the books, everything. Well, how am I supposed to pay for my ticket?
Have you seen my purse?
No.
I want to exchange it for a ticket to see the Great Zaroff. The Hedgehog brothers have even got tickets. I just have to see him.
But you waited so long for your purse.
Never mind. You have no idea. You're boring. Go away.
Hello? Is anybody there? Where could the old magician have gone to? Wait a minute. Isn't that... Huh? How did I get up here?
I did it.
What are you doing in the bottle?
Help me out of here.
But how?
Break the crystal.
A monocle. Full to bursting with something. The seam is almost ready to give. Corn! I'll take that. I know that mask, so that's what you really look like. It almost looks like the shelf is about to fall apart. About to, but not quite. Good idea, but I think I need a little more explosive power. Corn kernel in position, and now... The sun illuminates a kernel of corn so brightly. Okay.
You freed me.
What happened?
The consortium Squamata has come to Mousewood. I succeeded in capturing one of them in a banishing bottle, but then I banished myself into the crystal.
Consortium
Squamata, a consortium of lizards. They have already haunted many worlds. This time, they traveled in the shadow of a much greater disaster.
Yes, the marquee has disappeared. And so has my home.
The marquee. So that is why. Something dark has infested the heart of the portal system. I will attempt to learn more about it. In order to help Mousewood and return home, you must bring me the lizards. Take these banishing bottles. Remember, the lizards must open the bottles themselves. Otherwise, you will get trapped like me, and Mousewood and your home will be lost.
The hare has already swallowed an awful lot of that elixir. He'd sell his grandmother for the stuff.
How cute. a human child fetches a bottle. Can't you see that I have enough bottles? Enough for the whole town.
That is a lot of bottles. But if the hare keeps up like this, they'll all be sold soon. Better not.
You have come because the pain is eating you up, like all the others. You want to see Zaroff, like all the others. But you are only a child, a human child. I can smell it. You own no securities, no property, nothing. Come back when you have a trade, something you can use to speculate with.
I don't think he's taking me seriously, and he smells of alcohol.
I smell room for financial maneuvering.
Oh yes, I am so rich. Trained plumbers make a pretty good living, you know.
You have come because the pain is eating you up, like all the others.
Absolutely.
You want to see Zaroff, like all the others.
Exactly.
Are you ready to sign a contract that allows me to speculate with your belongings? Then you will soon see him. The great Zaroff!
Sure, where do I sign?
Excellent! Your plumber's workshop belongs to me.
Don't I have to sign something?
Your word is enough. By Squamatax, everything is running like clockwork.
So, where is Zaroff?
You are still awake. Soon you will sleep and see the great Zaroff. His vengeance is our triumph. Now my brothers will have to respect me. They'll have to.
There's still
I'll try to slip him the bottle behind his back. Let's see if it works. It's my turn to get a bottle now.
I was here first.
Every bottle has its price.
I don't care.
And you won't regret it. My elixir is the solution for every problem this town may have. A bottle for the hair.
How does this work again?
This wonder elixir spreads from your nose to your whole body. Oh, the cork is really tight. But if I help it along with my thumb...
I imprisoned him in a bottle. How appropriate.
What have you done? I will... but that... It's a ticket. At last. At long last.
He's asleep.
First round.
It almost sounds like he's there, like he's seeing the magic show in his dream. How very strange. I wonder if the ticket caused that. I'd better not touch it. I've still got a lot of money and stuff to spend. That's a problem.
You want to see Zaroff, like all the others?
Yeah.
The spell seems to work more slowly on him. it's no problem. Then I'm sure you would be glad to sign another contract. Then you will soon see him. The great Zaroff!
Sure, a bird never flew on one wing. I want another contract.
Excellent! Your securities now belong to me too!
So?
You are still awake. Soon you will sleep and see the great Zaroff. I think I'm a little bit tipsy.
The price for acorns and nuts just crashed.
What? This was all for nothing? I feel dizzy. My brothers will laugh at me. All worthless. We will be exposed. They'll all want refunds. Every lizard for himself.
Looks like the sparkling wine went to his head. The weird guy is stuck in the armor. But how do I get him out of there? Let's see if it works.
That itches.
That was fun. Where did that lizard get to now? He ran out here, didn't he?
Can he see me? He can see me. Curses! I've done nothing wrong. Absolutely nothing. No. Boy, we made great contracts together. By the great Squamatex, my throat is dry. I can't even make proper excuses. I suppose they told you that we've been involved in shady deals. The masks are only for protection. Dry throat, lousy, cheap champagne. People like us are hunted, dried, and hung up by the tail. You don't want to do that, do you? No, I'm not talking to you. And no money back!
How about some fresh, cold water?
Water? You dear, dear boy. Who needs to fleece the whole world of its possessions to be happy? If a sip of water from the hand of a business partner like you, no, a friend, could refresh me more than signing any contract.
Well then.
Bottoms up!
I did it! I caught the lizard! Finally! You can get dizzy from all that talk.
You
can see into the future, right? Tell me when I will see Zaroff. I have to see him. I have to.
I can't see the future, but my balls can.
Then pull another one out for me.
One leaf back for your future.
Fine, fine.
The all-knowing balls will tell your future. It is a black future ball. It says, be a good friend for good enemies. Approach. You will not see Zaroff.
What? But I have to.
Fate changes with every second. Perhaps you will have more luck next time.
Another ball!
Can you also tell your own fortune?
Of course. Hurrah! It is a white fortune ball. It says, dance with joy, lucky one, for luck is with you today. Oh, yes!
Well, poke me with a nettle. He's lucky.
Yes, yes. The white ones bring luck, but the black balls do not.
The greatest luck would be to see Zaroff. Another ball!
One leaf back for your future.
But I've spent all my money.
I also take other things.
Whatever you want.
I want everything. Your transmitter, your dew fly.
Of course. Just pull out another ball.
What luck! You may see Zaroff.
Zaroff. Oh, finally.
I'll take that. Can you also tell your own fortune?
Of course. Hurrah! It is a white fortune ball. It says, dance with joy, lucky one, for luck is with you today. Oh, yes! Well, will you?
It fits, and it's stuck tight.
It wasn't to be.
It's true. You really can find luck anywhere. It says on the ball, dance with joy, lucky one, for luck surely is with you today. Perfect fit. Can you tell me my fortune too?
That will be one leaf buck.
Can I pay later?
I can give you a lucky loan with 20% interest.
Per year?
Per day.
You're about to be bottled up anyway.
What?
Nothing. A loan sounds good.
Excellent. The all-knowing balls will tell your future. Dark clouds gather above you.
Might have known.
Bad luck follows you around.
Yeah, I get it.
Luck is a stranger to you.
He's going to keep himself busy for a while.
You will never, ever be happy. It is your fault, but you will not be able to do anything about it. You will never again have a happy day.
And plop, back in you go.
It wasn't to be.
Can you also tell your own fortune?
Of course. Hurrah! It is a white fortune ball. It says, take a jug for some good luck. How odd. But the ball has never lied. But where do I get a jug? That bottle. The ball leads me to it. I must open it to reach my fortune.
Well then, go ahead.
I give luck and see. Luck is given to me.
Finally! I couldn't have stood that for much longer.
He's finally gone.
Kitsuna!
Tokage Zaiden are in this world. How can that be?
You know them?
They were already in my world. Whoever touches them will be lost forever.
You really think so?
Jerry, I can no longer open the path to my home. That must be their fault. I want to go home.
Kitsuna, wait! She's gone.
You have captured the remaining 3 lizards. Now we have all 4. Now they can no longer cause mischief in Mousewood. This time they traveled in the shadow of a much greater disaster. Something dark has infested the heart of the portal system. Only a tree walker can put an end to this disaster. Only a magician who was trained by the Marquis. You alone can help us.
Me? But...
Your training is almost complete, but there is one final task you have to face. Choose your coat. At the end of training, every magician chooses the coat that suits him best. You pass through 4 portals. You learned 4 spells. Now the time has come. Which is the robe that belongs to you?
This one looks a lot like the coat the Marquis is wearing. That is definitely not for me. I hope he's alright. I feel a bit sorry now that I yelled at him like that. This one looks like adventure, thrills, and fierce battles at sea. I like that sort of thing, and yet... No, I don't think I should pick it. What a fancy suit! This could certainly belong to a great illusionist, and yet it's not for me. Wow, dashing, but definitely not my cup of tea. Whoa, a classic. But again, it's not mine. This is the kind of suit that would cause a TV screen to flicker if a talk show host was wearing it. That's not what I want either. Ooh, I see light coming through a small opening. Wait a second. Is that a keyhole? Aha! Where there's a keyhole, there's usually a door. Huh? But this is my bedroom. Am I back home then? Back in my own time. How did I get here?
You are dreaming, Jerry. Nobody knows this room better than you do. Here, it only exists in your mind's eye.
I see. So, what am I doing here if this is all nothing but a dream?
The truth you will find here. The knowledge that you repressed is more than real. Pick your coat, Jerry. Pick the robe that belongs to you.
My coat? Where would I find a coat here? There's plenty of cool stuff in my room, but as far as coats go... Hello? Mr. Old Magician? No reply. Magic's all well and good, but we still need to work on communication. Board games, sports stuff, old picture books, and my comic collection. Oh my! I bet the next issue of Dimension Upsilon will be totally awesome. Are the crocodile people really going to attack London? And I always wondered why real roads aren't made from rugs. Science is true magic. That's what Mum always says, even when it's not about wizardry. Still, I put all the old school books she gave me on the boring pile. Hey, I'm a child. I'm easily bored. They don't seem all that great now. My idols. There's nothing under my bed. Or is there? Nope, nothing there. Mum was right. Oh, there's my summer reading list. My English teacher wanted me to read and summarize an utterly tedious book from way back when, during our vacation. Doesn't matter now, I can still do that tomorrow night. Probably. Outer space, the final frontier. These are the adventures of Jeremiah Hazelnut, Magician Space Cadet. Totally interesting. My books about conjuring and magic, and a couple of books with tales about magicians solving crimes. They're not half bad. Ah, that's right. There's a storage hole here. Mum said that this was originally intended for some stairs to the basement. There's nothing here now but a few dusty boxes. Dusty boxes, just like I said. I'm sure there's nothing in there but old junk. Oh, what's that? An old leather jacket. Never seen it before. But something tells me... Yes, I knew it.
Pick your coat, Jerry.
That's my coat.
Pick the robe that belongs to you.
This robe belongs to me. My jacket, it's gone.
It was only a dream. Yet you have chosen. You are a tree walker. Magician.
But this coat, it...
You are beginning to remember. Who owns this coat, Jerry?
It's like a hole in my memory. There is somebody. I saw him at the portal trees too. He called my name.
Who was it?
I...
Look at this card.
My father! It's my father! Oh no, how could I forget him? Where is he?
I saw it. Something entered your world, Jeremiah, seeking a beginning. But when it entered your world, something else had to leave.
Your father was torn from your world, and even from the memory of his family.
Oh no! Where is he now?
He wanders the space between the worlds. You were able to sense his presence near the portals where the boundaries blur.
There is only one way to help him. Only one way.
Good luck. I hope his story has a happy ending.
Apprentices, what are we doing here?
We must make our way to the clearing of the first tree.
The clearing of the first tree?
The signs were obvious, but I overlooked them for too long.
What signs?
The posters. The lizards. A spell has been cast on the first tree. A forbidden magic which is spreading to all the portal worlds.
The posters? Right. The people of Mousewood were completely obsessed with the idea of seeing the Great Zaroff, but nobody knew where he was.
We must have worked a spell in the clearing of the first tree. Through the corruption of the first tree, Zaroff has projected himself as an obsessive idea which spreads like the plague. The Lizard Consortium has exploited this situation, the mania of the inhabitants of Mousewood, and now he draws them to the clearing of the first tree in their dreams. The Marquis knew about it.
So that was the danger he was talking about. But why did he disappear?
We must break Zaroff's curse. Only then will we be able to rescue the inhabitants of the portal worlds and restore the balance. Only then will your portal be able to lead you back home. Only then will your father find his way back to your world.
What do I have to do?
The Hall of Apprentices confirms what I already knew. You are a true tree walker. Your training is complete. You must find the fifth portal. However, the tree walkers have sealed it. A sound carrier is hidden in this hall. It is the key to opening the path to the clearing of the first tree. The device can be used to transport sounds. I will attempt to reach the clearing in active sleep. I hope to meet you there. I wish you luck. Hurry, before it is too late.
The first tree. Somehow this stone tree radiates something very good and warm, even though it's so cold here. I'm done with this for now. That must be the sound carrier the magician talked about. And now where do I find the fifth portal? It's night once again. I'd better hurry. I need to open the portal to the clearing of the first tree. It looks like it was hit by lightning, about 1,000 years ago. Somebody seems to have carved 4 openings into its gnarly trunk. What a weird statue. There's a little stone face in the crystal, and some kind of amber thing. I hear a fine sound, very, very softly, like someone flicked a glass. The old magician said that you can carry sounds and vibrations with this thing, but the fine sound of the crystal statue is probably too weak for that. Maybe it works the other way round, and I can make the little statue vibrate louder with some other sound. I wonder whether that would take a specific sound. Hey, it's starting to vibrate in my hand, and it sounds just like the wind blowing through that hollow stump. This is crazy. Oh-ho! Aha! The little crystal statue is starting to vibrate, just like the sound carrier. Oh! The whistling of the wind at the portal tree made the little statue shatter. I'd better take that. Oh-ho! Aha! The little crystal statue is starting to vibrate, just like the sound carrier. Oh! The whistling of the wind at the portal tree made the little statue shatter. I'd better take that. Oh-ho! Aha! The little crystal statue is starting to vibrate, just like the sound carrier. Oh! The whistling of the wind at the portal tree made the little statue shatter. I'd better take that. Oh-ho! Aha! The little crystal statue is starting to vibrate, just like the sound carrier. Oh! The whistling of the wind at the portal tree made the little statue shatter. I'd better take that. Excellent. It fits. Perfect. There, that's it. A door. That must be the passage the old magician was talking about. The portal to the clearing of the first tree of Mousewood. Hey, what is this? A room made of green glass. And a sparkling silver key in a fountain. I bet that's some sort of security device fashioned by the old tree walkers to protect this mysterious portal. The key is hovering in the middle of the jet. But the way it smells, I'd better not stick my hand in there. I've got it! No, I haven't. How odd. How odd. There's no way this can be solved. It's hopeless. Forget it. I can't work it out. Ha! I could never stand these sliding puzzles anyway. I've got the key! Uh-oh. That doesn't sound good. Oh man, that was a close shave. The portal to the clearing of the first tree. The time has come. If only the Marquis were here, or the old magician. He was going to try and meet me there in his dreams. I hope it works, but for now I appear to be on my own.
Watch out, Jerry! The fox! But where is it now?
Right in front of you, Frog.
Plato, this is Kitsuna. You've met her before. She's a very special fox.
You can say that again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know the first thing about magic and such like. Except for Anya's lingonberry pancakes.
You're so cute.
Kitsuna, Plato, what are you doing here?
I won't let you go through there by yourself, silly boy. This tree smells funny. Your path will take you to a place that not even I know. You are definitely going to need my help.
My parents used to tell me about the first tree walkers. They said a tree walker is someone who will help others when they're in need. You are a tree walker, Jerry. I'm nothing but a simple mailman. But perhaps I can be a tree walker too.
I'm so glad I won't have to do this by myself.
Right, Jerry. Let's get it over with. Whoever's disturbing the worlds will have to answer for it. I want to return home.
I want my friends to wake up again.
And I want everything to be okay again. Everything. Plato? Kitsuna? Where did they go? They were walking right next to me. Where am I now? It's dark, but light here at the same time. The air feels electric somehow. All the little hairs on my arms are standing on end. This way, maybe. Oh man, everything looks the same here. This might be the path. Here, again. This is giving me a headache. Is this the right path now? Oh man, everything looks the same here. This way, maybe. Oh man, I think I'm moving in circles. I wish I knew what to do. Maybe I can get through to the Marquis or the old magician from here after all.
Jerry.
Hello?
Jerry, so far I haven't been able to advance to the clearing. I need to be careful and not lose sight of my goal. My waking mind is starting to dream, to dissolve. Zaroff denies me access, but you appear to be closer to him already.
But I'm stuck here. What can I do?
You are between the worlds, just like me. But while Zaroff is misdirecting my spirit, he is leading your body astray. Zaroff's curse is strong. I know only one who wields enough power to help you here, between the worlds. A dangerous magician. Take this.
This looks familiar.
You need to summon him, like you did once before. Even if we may all come to regret it. But when you ask him for help, do not show any weakness.
Hello? Old magician? He's gone. Alone again. What's that noise? Not another crow.
Raven.
Not another... Wait, you can talk.
Some even say I talk too much.
Hello?
Ah,
Do you understand what I'm saying?
of course. You're right in front of me, aren't you?
Who are you?
If you want a name, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I'm only a raven. Actually, I live in the clearing of the first tree.
The clearing of the first tree? That's where I need to go. Do you know the right way?
I can't find it myself. Everything's changed here, especially with all those strangers hanging around now.
What kind of place is this?
You're at the threshold between dream and reality.
Dream and reality?
Dreamers come to visit my clearing in their dreams. Everyone knows how to get to this place. A sleeper knows the way. Wah!
But I'm not asleep, and I can't find the way.
That makes two of us. A voice just now said that you could ask someone for help.
Yes, but how?
He said that you've done it before. Somebody came here once to meditate about his past. He thought up this wheel.
What wheel?
This wheel. If you turn the wheel, the crossroads will show you paths that are hidden deep in your soul. Places you have seen. Places you are going to see. And places that have shaped your life. Even if you never realized it, perhaps it can help you. But they are not true paths, just windows or images. I don't know much about these things. I'm only a raven.
Who did you see here?
First, there were 4 strange-looking lizards who followed a tall man into the clearing. From the opposite direction, next came a rabbit with funny eyes.
The Marquis!
I flew after him, but he entered your world. I could not follow him there.
Why not?
Because I come from here, from the memories of the first tree. There is no place for me outside of dreams. If I were to enter your world, something or someone would be lost in my place. But there are a few who can move about in your realities without disturbing the balance. They animate rocks and plants, and thus walk between dream and reality.
Oh, I think I know someone like that. I'll keep trying my luck. See you later.
Good luck.
There's a weird symbol in the poem underneath it. How he made a carrot flame after drawing on rock a symbol all in white. Grinding white to powder makes it right, then add black in turn. The kind you should be loath to burn. Black and white as they combine, the inside of your vessel line. Then 3 more things. Tree skin, tree fruit, and lastly but not least, a root. At the crossroads, draw a circle with the powder mix obtained. Put the vessel in the center of the powder ring, thus gained. Set the circle bang on fire. The carrot flame leaps higher and higher, and I will swallow it in haste to enjoy the lovely taste. The paths have changed. How very strange. They're not even paths anymore. Almost looks like windows to different places. That's one of the cannons belonging to the guards of Mousewood. It looks like I might be able to stick in my hand from here. How strange, indeed. I now have a handful of black powder. Ooh, a cozy campfire. I think there's even someone sitting there. Whoever they may be, I'm going to borrow a log of wood. Ouch! Hot! Now what? There's nothing to light it with. Ow-wee! I almost burnt my fingers. Before I start a fire, I should know exactly what I need it for. Heave! Oh! Isn't that the Mousewood Town Hall? I think I can reach the nets from here. Ha! I swiped a few acorns. Funny, they're so small. Looks like I'm no longer the size of a mouse. I hope this won't plunge the people of Mousewood into an acornomic crisis. Oh well, it's all for a good cause. Man, I hope this is just an illusion. Wouldn't want to be arrested as a burglar after all. Okay, I've prized the door open. Oh no, my stick broke. Maybe it'll work here as well. Now, I used the powder to draw the symbol of the tree walkers. I hope this counts. Okay. It's in. Also in. Also in. Okay, now everything is in. This is where the paths cross. I think I've got everything I need. I wonder if it'll work, even though I've modified the recipe a little. Ouch! Hot! Now what? This had better work.
Your name. Tell me your name.
I'm Jerry. Jerry Hazelnut.
Jeremiah Human. How were you able to summon me to this place?
I drew a circle of powder on the crossroads.
Very few have knowledge of this ritual. It takes inner strength to complete it successfully. Only the strong are worthy of our magic. Walking between worlds, I can see strength within you. So why did you call me?
I need help so I can find the great Zaroff.
Zaroff. He dares to leave his world? I never thought he could be that strong. Maybe I was wrong about him.
I'm stuck here. All the paths are leading me in circles.
This place is now a trap, leading back to itself. A dark spell must have been cast. Whoever cast it must have had a brilliant teacher.
The old magician said I should ask you for help.
Aro Molina. That is why your spell did not release me. That is why I'm still trapped in the crystal. Of course, he allows me no more than these few words. But even that is a miracle. What you are doing must be very important to him.
But how do I get out of here?
A trap like this always has a way to allow the one who set it to pass through it unharmed. I sense that you are carrying a magical coin. The spell it bears is very familiar to me, but it is not perfect. Imala Malesiana, Kamasiana Dosonola, Gretias Kolostierka. I just bestowed a gift upon you. The coin will now show you the path when you carry it through this place. Follow its light, but you must take heed. Wandering aimlessly in this place forever might be a mercy compared to what awaits you when you follow the coin's lead.
Who was that? A friend of yours?
No, I don't think so.
You might want to try what the masked magician told you. You will no longer need these places. I hope you find your way to the clearing, although I would much prefer to keep chatting with you.
This way, maybe. Oh man, everything looks the same here. This way, maybe. Oh man, everything looks the same here. This way, maybe. I bet this was wrong again. Or maybe this way. This must be the clearing of the first tree.
I see a volunteer who would like to participate in this magic performance. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please give him a hand?
They must be the dreamers. The curse is drawing them here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a volunteer. With my clairvoyance, I looked right into your heart. He sent you. A child. Jeremiah, I was once just like you. Then I faced the cruel reality. The facts. I became a grown-up when he locked me out of those incredible worlds. But our world is not a place for magic. No matter how brilliant you are, success is impossible. But I'm sure he didn't tell you that.
Nothing is impossible.
Only for him. You will soon realize that. He should never have sent you. He will soon come to realize his mistake. Perhaps he will grieve for you more than he did for me.
Whatever you're doing right now, stop it.
You still have much to learn. The audience, they love only me. But we have wasted enough time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I am banishing this boy into the wood of the first tree. No! And that, honorable audience, is magic It's magic!
Jerry, can you hear me? We haven't got much time. My magic isn't strong enough to ward off Zarov's curse for long. He banished you into the first tree. I tried to shield your mind from the clutches of his black magic as best I could. Do not falter, Jerry. Be on your guard. Zarov's spell nails have darkened the soul of the first tree. Others must be trapped in its magical wood as well. Go and find them. Do not succumb to fear, Jerry. You must not give up. Must not give up. Not give up. Give up.
Must give up. You must give up.
Where am I? I must have fallen asleep.
The lazy boy fell asleep right in front of a portal tree.
And he wants to be a tree walker?
What a sacrilege.
Plato?
I'm sorry, but my friend Jerry needs help again. I haven't got time for strangers.
Strangers? But I am Jerry. He thinks that cardboard figure is me, and he doesn't remember me at all.
What wretch is this, daring to disturb the quiet of the woods?
The toad croaked angrily. It really didn't like being woken up.
Whoa! It's a gigantic toad from the forest.
Silly little Jerry was actually dumb enough to approach a dangerous, gigantic monster toad.
I should talk to it. Maybe it knows how I can get out of here.
An excellent idea. Silly little Jerry is completely befuddled.
The toad's breathing rather heavily. No wonder, it's got these ugly posters sticking all over its body. I'll try to tear off the posters.
I'm going to squish you.
It won't let me get any closer.
You spell disaster for everyone. You used us.
You want to hitch a ride on my bike, but I need to deliver the mail.
Jerry didn't care what the frog said because he was too lazy to walk.
What? But it wasn't like that at all. These chestnuts are huge. What have we here? Looks like a script to me. The Curse of Zarov. Act 1. Silly little Jerry. I am not silly.
Hated by all woodlanders.
No, that's a lie.
An obnoxious moocher through and through.
That's not true.
Finally trampled to death by the angry rock toad.
Who would write this nasty stuff?
What a crybaby!
Nothing is like it seems.
You must give up.
The spell nails have darkened the soul of the first tree.
Just give it up.
The lizards. Zarov!
Hooray for Zarov!
I must stop Zarov.
Woohoo! Jerry!
large boulders.
That were much too heavy for puny little Jerry, of course.
Huh, I'll show you. See? Oh, Mum was right. Milk does do a body good. I wonder what the switch does. It switches on the light. Surprise, surprise. Hello?
Hello there. Luminance Lighting Service. How may I help you?
A good friend of mine would like to be back in the limelight.
Who's the lucky guy then?
A large toad, here on stage.
Very well. I can see illuminating this gentleman will be a truly daunting task. This looks like a job for a Limelight Deluxe.
Uh-oh, the chestnuts went pretty far up his nostrils.
Take your hands off me, human. I got you! My mind is clearing. I was willing to squish you, but the spell that fogged my mind is now broken. I will now return home to the streams of time.
Isn't that good enough for you?
Jerry? Jerry, where have you been?
Where have I been? The three of us were in the dark tunnel. And then
Oh, just as long as you're doing all right.
I was about to say the same.
Friendship removes the nail? Who's supposed to believe that?
Hey! What's going on here? Where did Plato go?
Unfortunately, Plato, the clumsy amphibian, recently had an accident with his bicycle.
Oh, really?
He broke all his frog legs on an oak while being forced to deliver a useless letter for a certain Jerry Hazelnut.
Me miserable bitch.
Hey, look who's here.
Spotting Tater-Nose Bogey.
Maybe he can help me. The Curse of Zaroff, Act 2. Let's see. Without hesitation, Jerry accepts the leprechaun's gold and in return gives up his hopeless fight. He ceases to live.
First you wanted wishes, and now me glittering gold, as if I hadn't known it. All you need to do is give me your life. Right here, on stage.
Immediately, Jerry was absolutely determined to do just that. The end.
I'm not going to do that.
But gold is the most stable investment of all. Go ahead, boy. Draw your last breath. That would make everyone happy.
Right, this should work.
Wait, Jerry.
Yes?
Do you really want to know how deep that rabbit hole goes?
Excuse me?
You're about to uncover a terrible secret.
Fine by me. Lever? Is that all?
Jerry was so disappointed he wanted to die.
No! Ouch! The lovely shamrock! It came off!
I'm sorry. I think I ruined the lawn.
Ouch! Oh no! Me gold! Me gold!
There! Now I can reach the top hat.
Ha! Jerry's lethal trap is sprung, and he steals the poor leprechaun's much more elegant top hat.
I just want to get out of there.
Dirty thief!
Well, who cares?
Me poor gold! Me gold! My... Nothing but worthless plastic chips.
Curses!
By all the snatty snot-noses of all the peat bog banshees. If it isn't, young Johnny, the plumber. Looks like you're ridden of me delusion, boy. Thank you ever so kindly. I surely owe you. Should I turn someone into a sheep to stop this madness?
No, no, no!
You must help me remove the nail.
All right, boy. And O'Donnell doesn't like to be beholden to anyone. This wish is on the house. Hail and rain and wafts of mist.
Thanks, Mr. O'Donnell.
The curse I was under is broken. I'm going home. And O'Donnell is born for freedom. You remember that, you ugly conniving whisperer.
The land of volcanoes, sharp swords and man-eating fox spirits. What a beautiful place to fail in, Jerry thought.
Just give up, bonehead.
Hey!
I'm a fox, I swear.
Kitsuna!
You are trapped in a human's body. No mask can hide that, Kitsune.
But...
Humans and foxes can never be friends.
But if a human accepts a fox for who she is, doesn't that count?
Even if that were the case, why aren't you changing back?
I tried to change back. It just won't work.
You may wish to be a fox again, but your heart is lost. I shall protect your ears from the confusion wrought by humans.
Please help me.
I shall heal you from being human, or devour you as a human.
Kitsuna? Kitsuna! She can't hear me.
Human and fox cannot be friends. We have nothing in common. There cannot be anything. And even if there were, we would break their hearts, biting their flesh or biting their soul. That is the only bond permitted between us.
Great, a new script. The Curse of Zaroff, Act 3. Little Jerry won't give up.
He kept bothering the foxes incessantly.
Until they grew tired of the immature smart aleck and devoured him, bones and all.
Ouch!
Louder!
But how? Let's see what happens when I hold this thing against the bell.
My ears!
I hope she'll remember her bell. Kitsuna?
Jerry?
Are you trying to rob me of my remaining senses? Human! I shall have all humans suffer for this, including your little kitsune.
I'm a fox, I swear.
You may wish to be a fox again, but your heart is lost. I shall protect your ears from the confusion wrought by humans.
Jerry! Quick, Kitsuna, run away!
You belong to us!
I will always be a fox, Jerry.
And Jerry's sound carrier shattered in his backpack.
Oh, great. The sound carrier broke. Kitsuna, are you alright?
Jerry,
Humans and foxes can never be friends.
But if a human accepts a fox for who she is, doesn't that count?
You may wish to be a fox again, but your heart is lost. I shall heal you from being human, or devour you as a human.
Kitsuna, don't listen to him. He's not himself. He will keep you forever.
Jerry, why don't you just leave? I will always remain a fox.
I know, and that's a good thing. You are you. You are a fox.
I am a fox. Foxes fight!
Young Kitsune, I am but a blind guardian, but my mind once again sees clearly. I owe you my thanks, human. Be a friend to her.
Friendship removes the nail? Who's supposed to believe that?
Where am I now? Ice everywhere, and water as far as the eye can see. Ugh, the wind is very cold.
The boy was so overjoyed at getting to spend another vacation in one of the most beautiful places on Earth that, cheering loudly, he tore off his clothes and jumped into the ice-cold water.
Jerry on the rocks!
I'm beginning to think you don't care about me at all.
Mr. Hazelnut, I resent your attitude. The only thing I care about is art. But you just won't follow the script.
Yes, please forgive me. Just try harder.
I certainly hope so, you useless amateur! Now, where were we? The mighty polar whale broke through the ice behind Jen, and with his mighty voice he proclaimed,
You have made a brave effort. You even advanced to the edge of the eternal ice. But you cannot withstand the cold. It is time to give up, to let go. Join me as I slide into the dark, cold waters under the ice.
That is the eye of the polar whale. And he looks distressed.
And it's no wonder Jerry posed a sorry sight after all.
No, it's because of your posters. It looks like he's watching me. Ice flows and water as far as the eye can see.
Jerry was fascinated by the relentless cold of the Arctic Sea. The sight of its icy waves alone was enough to make Jerry shiver uncontrollably.
A gigantic candy cane.
Jerry couldn't resist. He had to lick it just once.
You just want my tongue to freeze to the thing.
Exactly. Finally, you've read the script. Go right ahead, then.
No. I'm going to save the cake for later.
Oh, the boy is just too smart for you.
Quiet!
Great, another script.
The magnum opus of the fantastic
Magnum
Zaroff.
opus?
A first-class literary stroke of genius, you ignoramus.
The title is The Curse of Zaroff, fourth and final act.
A masterpiece of simplicity.
Jerry was at the North Pole. It was cold. He was freezing.
Just like really being there. It's so authentic.
Jerry was snowed in and frozen. Everyone was happy about that. The polar whale sang with joy.
What a beautiful ending. So tragic.
The Christmas tree. Mum always bakes delicious mince pies for Christmas.
The young boy's yearning for the familiar sweets was downright overwhelming. It painfully reminded him of the fact that his mother would never again hold him in her arms.
This is just low!
The curse and all that is all right, but dragging his mother into this?
Disgusting!
Quiet!
Maybe it'll make me feel better if I take down the decorations. Ho ho ho! Now I have a very festive fishing rod. I bet this is how Santa fishes. You know, I bet if Santa ever goes ice fishing, he takes along plenty of warm milk and cookies. Right, let's see what happens.
The polar whale had taken the bait and dragged the wimpy boy down into the icy depths.
Just a cable?
Ah, that's an evil,
Electric! It looks electric!
Yes, that's it. A wicked electric cable eel that's about to, just a moment.
That's about to wrap itself around my scrawny neck and zap me with a lethal electric shock.
Yes, exactly. Very good.
I think you need a vacation if you depend on a 12-year-old to create your art for you. The cable loops back there to where all the wind is coming from. Wait, why am I saying back there when I'm clearly on an ice floe in the middle of the ocean? I'll just pull on the cable. Hey, look! It's a wind machine. I see. Looks like the fan's direction can be changed.
No, you can't do that. The fan blades would chop up your delicate fingers.
Baloney.
That is much better. Thank you, little lamb walker.
No, no, no!
Our nightmare is now over. But many are still dwelling under the curse of darkness. You have got to help them.
But I'm nothing but a herring.
And Zaroff is a mighty whale!
I'm way too small.
That is exactly your strength, little land walker.
Woohoo! Jerry!
You can do it, Jerry!
Quiet!
We believe in you, Jerry!
Go, Jerry!
I shall now dive home. Be strong, Jerry. Be strong.
I will stop Zaroff. I will stop him.
Curses. No! 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 You'll ruin everything! You...
Jerry removed the nail. He realized that this was all just a dream that he and his friends were trapped in. He understood that he was able to change the dream.
But...
because it was his dream.
But you can't.
The unfriendly man congratulated Jerry.
Congratulations, boy. You did it.
And was suddenly much nicer than before.
That was truly fantastic, Jerry. Boy, this was weird, but you kept on top of it. Absolutely awesome.
The end.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Jerry Hazelnut!
Encore!
And finally, Jerry woke up.
No! No! This is impossible!
We're back in the clearing.
The audience? Are they spirits?
They're dreamers. The curse brought them here.
Why are they so angry?
I've seen this before. They are restless. They are furious. They could forget their way back in their blind rage.
And then?
Then they would just become empty spirits haunting the dreams of others. Itadama.
Watch out, Jerry!
It came from over there.
Zaroff! You, calm down the dreamers. I'll take care of Zaroff.
But Jerry!
He's right. You can sing, can't you?
Well, yes, but...
Now where did Zaroff get to?
You defeated the lizards, removed the nails. The Marquis chose you well. Now, show me what you're made of, Tree Walker!
Jerry, defend yourself! You already hold Zaroff's ultimate weapon in your hands. Perhaps you could use it now against his attack spells. When two spells of the same kind clash, they will create great magic energy for a few moments. Try to take advantage of that. The magician is ready to do whatever it takes. Watch out! Excellent. You repelled his spell with the nail and rendered it harmless. Zaroff lost one of his spells. Well done. You repelled his spell with the nail and rendered it harmless. Zaroff has only 2 spells left now. Excellent. Now Zaroff has only 1 remaining spell. The magician is ready to do whatever it takes. Watch out!
You took everything I had. For this I shall...
No. You. It is you.
You did it, Jerry. Zaroff used his magic against you and lost.
I didn't mean to do it. Not like this. Marquis, are you...
He's still too weak. He cannot answer you.
Who's the boy? Where did he come from?
The tree, it remembers. It remembers the teacher and the apprentice who once visited this place. Zaroff did evil things. That's why he cannot look the child he once was in the eye. But who among us could, after all?
Who is he? What does all this mean?
The great Zaroff. One of the greatest illusionists of his time. You may have heard of him. Not many remember him now. In reality, he wasn't just an illusionist. He was one of us, a magician. Zaroff was the last apprentice of the Marquis de Hoto. When the rabbit trained him, he was just a boy, not much older than you. When his training was finished, young Zaroff and his teacher visited the clearing of the first tree, and they left some traces behind. The tree would remember them. Soon, the Marquis and Zaroff became living legends as they hurried from one world to the next, from portal to portal, and help wherever help was needed. They were true tree walkers, but their path led them to a place where darkness ingrained upon their souls. I was there when the mirror of shadows disclosed to them their own potential. They beheld their own brightest virtues and saw the darkest chasms within their souls. And only few can bear that kind of truth. So it was only a matter of time until the dark seed sprouted within them. And when it did, the Marquis was the first to start doubting the ideals of the tree walkers. Then the apprentice started doubting the teacher, and finally the two of them turned on each other in hatred. In his blind wrath, the Marquis banished his apprentice to the world from whence he came. He took away his ability to walk between worlds, so that every portal would remain closed to him. Zaroff became a prisoner in his own world. A world that had room for magic only on its stages. Thus he became the Great Zaroff, the illusionist. But the appeal of the new tricks he invented to captivate his audience soon wore off, and Zaroff fell for a second time. Marooned, forgotten. In his despair, he began to rattle the doors of his reality. He turned to alchemy, forbidden experiments, to open up the portal worlds once again. And with every failed experiment grew the hatred for his teacher and for his audience that no longer cared for him. And when Zaroff was finally driven by nothing other than fury and revenge, something answered to his rattling and knocking. Consortium Squamata, the lizards. With its false promises, the Consortium had already passed through many worlds. Promises that would disturb the balance of nature. Zaroff was approached by 4 members of the Consortium. They offered the magician a deal. The lizards had surreptitiously obtained the ability to walk between worlds, but they didn't know the way to the most secret of places. Zaroff, on the other hand, had memorized the paths of the tree walkers, the portals, the path to the clearing of the first tree. Thus he led the lizards through the portals, betraying the tree walker he had once been with every step of the way. In exchange, they gave him the power to cast a curse on one of the first trees. The lizards gave Zaroff 4 nails. 4 nails made of 4 cursed metals, serving to drive the magician's spell deep into the trunk of the first tree, where it would take effect and make the inhabitants of the portal worlds his final audience, thus trying to obtain respect and glory by force. Zaroff's final great triumph. And while the portal worlds were suffering from the curse of Zaroff, the lizards invaded them, as they had done many times before. Only one could have provided help, But Zarov's mentor, the Marquis de Hoto, had spiraled himself further into the darkness that the Mirror of Shadows had revealed to him.
The Cold One.
He was willing to let us freeze to death.
The good tree walker who had trained Zarov. I had already given up hope I would ever meet him again. But when Zarov entered the clearing, the first tree remembered the magicians. When it recognized the threat that the apprentice posed, the first tree brought to life and sent out the memory of his teacher. So, the memory of the Marquis de Hoto, shaped long before his own corruption set in, left the clearing of the first tree, and promptly forgot that it was nothing but a memory. And once again, he was a true tree walker. He set forth to find himself an apprentice, somebody who would be able to stop Zarov. He answered your call. The roots of the first tree run deep, even into our dreams. The Marquis found you, Jerry, because you had a dream.
What will happen to Zarov now?
This place might be his only salvation. He will remain in the shadow of the first tree. The Marquis, the first tree, they were right. You went beyond yourself. That's how you finally got to this place and faced down Zarov. The Marquis made you a true tree walker, but you were forced to pay a high price. When the Marquis went from idea to reality by entering your world, something else had to go. Your father, as though through a revolving door, the Marquis came to life, and your father was lost in the rift between worlds and forgotten. But do not worry. You saved us all, and very soon we will return the favor. An acquaintance of mine once said, "Only those who get on the way can find their way." And so it came to pass that Jerry had to leave his mentor behind in the clearing of the first tree. Jerry knew that he had been more than the memory of a courageous, one-of-a-kind tree walker, more than the first tree of Mousewood needing Jerry's help. He had been a friend. Then, for the last time, the Marquis slowly turned and lifted his hand as if to wave goodbye.
I will never forget you,
said Jeremiah Hazelnut.
And I will never forget you,
came the reply from the shadows at the foot of the tree. And the boy knew the Marquis, the tree, he would remember him. When Jerry returned to Mousewood, lost in thought, there was music in the streets, because for the first time in a long while an apprentice had come to Mousewood to study the art of arts. And for the first time in a long while, the Treetop Festival, the celebration of friendship and courage, was held in honor of an apprentice who had finished his training, in honor of the tree walker, Jeremiah Hazelnut, the rabbit's apprentice.
Isn't this a grand table? We put it together yesterday in a hurry.
Very stylish, boys.
And it was great fun too.
Yes, diligent work is fun.
You again?
Not on duty then?
No, Penny is now the Crow Scout. He has to stay away from the cannon now. A few nights ago, he shot glow nuts at the town. I knew there was something wrong with him.
Poor Penny.
I love the Treetop Festival. I come here every year. I have this magic premonition that you will not be the last apprentice the people of Mousewood acknowledge in this fashion.
Greetings, Jeremiah. The portals have recovered.
You can go home now, Jerry. Are you ready?
I want to stay a little longer.
Come see us when you're ready.
They are holding the Treetop Festival unusually early this year, but sometimes it's a really good thing to revive old traditions. This is the most fun I've had in ages.
Glad to hear it. Mr. Spitzfang, what are you doing here?
Well, I heard that in your honor they were holding the Treetop Festival earlier this year. So, naturally, I turned right around and came back. You must tell me all about your adventures.
And you tell me about yours.
Oh, you'll come and see me soon. I brought some lovely kelp tea from the coast.
This is a great party. Almost makes you forget all your troubles.
Jerry, I heard you're about to leave us. I hope you'll visit us again soon.
Sure, I live just around the corner. Well, so to speak.
Really? How far's that on a bike?
Just a portal away.
Oh, well then you'll have to show us your home soon.
And, how's your experiment with the exploding cookies going?
Plato, my little cream puff, was really impressed.
Ribbit!
But we won't know what the folk of Mousewood will think until next weekend. That's when I'll start selling them.
Sounds great.
Yes, we've been very lucky lately. Sometimes I even dare to hope that old Uli will come back.
I hope you like the cupcakes too.
No, I don't really go for sweet things. They're not good for the teeth either. Young carrots, on the other hand. I could gorge on those all day.
Somehow, I'm not surprised. Then why don't you order a carrot cake from Anya next time around?
Is that supposed to be funny?
Dance at last! Oh, yes! Oh, hey!
Have you seen my son by any chance? He wrote me a letter saying he wants to retire to Coconut Palm Islands.
Would you believe it?
Just as I said. He's a born comedian. I bet he's sitting behind some mushroom, thinking up new material for our show.
Isn't it amazing how my friend can dance? I wish I could dance like that, but I look snazzier.
Hey, youngster, remember, just because your apprenticeship is finished, that doesn't mean you're a master now. You whippersnapper. Age and experience form the stablest foundation there is. Don't you forget that. And now let's celebrate. Here's to you.
Here's our tree walker now. I hope I can interview you soon. Then you can let us in on how you tamed the lizards, chased off the crows, and defeated the evil magician.
Okay, but...
No false modesty, please. You've got a good face for the radio.
Here they all go again, drinking our juice. Typical. Bah! They have good taste. Whatever would they do without us wood dwarves, eh?
Hey, is it true that you saw the fox?
Yes, and I befriended it.
How cool is that? Much cooler than my stupid violin.
Greetings, Jeremiah. The portals have recovered.
You can go home now, Jerry. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
And I'm going to come with you.
My father, my mother, will they be back?
They already are.
waiting for you for an hour. I've had to stop your dad from eating the entire blackberry pie himself.
I was hungry. I feel like I've been on my legs forever.
Me too.
And that's all Jeremiah could say. The fox girl still claims that he cried.
That's so not true.
Thus Jeremiah Hazelnut returned home, and thus ends our story. But with every ending, other stories begin. They are like waves in the ocean, always in motion, spilling over and intertwining. Some stories tell of huge problems we create for others that can barely be solved, even with courage, especially when you're nothing but a tiny mouse. But perhaps someone is going to step up. And then there are scary tales as well. Secret, forbidden ones that you can only tell behind closed doors. Are you suddenly cold too?
Who was that boy?
My friend's apprentice. Thank you for helping him. He broke Zarov's curse.
I underestimated Zarov, and that boy too. Will you finally free me from this prison, so that I may once again protect the portal worlds? This kind of thing must never happen again.
You know that this is impossible, old friend.
Nothing is impossible.
Thank you so very much for watching. If you like this video, leave a comment and a like down below. And feel free to subscribe to my channel. And also check out my Patreon page in the description below if you want to support my channel, so I can keep doing more story videos like this one. Thank you very much. Bye bye.